Hello, mate. Fuck around and find out Friday. God, I haven't been on, what, 5 days, 4 days? Which is normal. Heaven forbid a lady have a life. You know? Heaven forbid. Burned your hand on a Scentsy light bulb? What were you thinking? What were you thinking? Huh? What were you thinking? Yo, I cannot wait for winter to be over. I am sick and tired of dry air. And the humidifier is not working. Why were you trying to change a light bulb half asleep, ma'am? Huh? Why were you trying to change a light bulb half asleep? Huh? Got knocked over. Oh, yeah, cat stuff, cat stuff. Yup. I know, mine's been a menace lately, too. It's winter time, so she wants to be, like, hibernating, but all up in the business. Hibernating, but all up in the business. Are you guys going to send Christmas cards next year? Are you going to send Christmas cards next year? Huh? Huh? Well, are you? Christmas cards are pricey now. You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. Make sure you send them to the DV victim with 3 kids that got doxxed as well. Don't forget her. She's gonna need them. Yeah. Yeah, it's very expensive. They're all very expensive. Yeah, Bruja. Yeah, when somebody got their panties in a bunch, they decided that it would be cute to go live and... Well, a lot of the people I didn't know. But some of the people definitely did. And one of them just happened to be somebody who literally just got out of a DV situation. Who has 3 small children. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah. And it's so interesting to me too, because the same people that were double tapping and gifting, right? The same people that were double tapping and gifting found themselves on another platform playing crybaby, right? Playing crybaby about somebody doing satire, which I also will state publicly that I found distasteful. Do I understand? Yes, but it's still distasteful, right? Because even with all this shit that's happened, which I don't even know if I'm fully caught up. I was busy. I had to travel for work, okay? So, why and how can you cry about something when the person you sit with does the exact same thing, okay? Because it's not awareness. It's not. It's not awareness. You're not informing people, right? At the point where you make an AI of me, like AI figures of me, right? With rugs and alcohol and all this shit while holding an adoption certificate, right? At the point that you're doing that, but you have these women convinced that what you're doing is good and it's okay and people deserve to know. What when it came to my AI figures did they deserve to know, right? Because respectfully, none of you know anything about me. Nothing. You know nothing about me. Okay? And what I think is interesting, especially for you, SJ, okay? Since we want to just call names, you're in my inbox. Right? You're in my inbox, but you in the same breath are saying that you don't approve. In the same breath you're saying that you don't approve of what's going on, but while it's happening, you guys are all double tapping, gifting, and sharing. Do you understand what I'm saying? So now I was sent this morning where I am being accused of, first of all, I'm being accused of being a fake page. Everybody that knows me knows I don't do fake pages. If I have something to say to you, I'm going to say it to you, first and foremost. Secondly, let me find it. Secondly, I'm being accused of knowing. Okay, I don't even know where to begin to address this because I'm a little bit confused. And in reading the post, what it reads to me is that because OG showed me her conversations, because OG showed me her conversations with Farrah, right, and the fraud thing, you're saying that I knew that things were being sold? But I have questions because, first of all, how would I know code for any of that shit? Right? I don't do any of that shit. So I don't know what the code is, first and foremost. Second of all, that would be you saying that Farrah was purchasing that stuff from OG. That would be you saying that Farrah was purchasing that stuff from OG, because the only messages I ever saw was regarding the fraud. I don't even know OG like that, and it's already fuck you for OG on my end. Right? Didn't take long. I can't say that I know OG because I only talked to OG for what, like maybe 7 days total. Whenever the Farrah stuff started popping off with the fraud, it was like 3 or 4 days because I listened to the one side and then I came and listened to the other side. So, I didn't even know Hair Junkie. So, this weird thing that you're trying to do and insinuate that I knew something about anything, and maybe some agency needs to know. Let me let me explain something to you. I will open my door happily, first and foremost, because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Second of all, I'm going to send them to the people that would. Okay, the people that would, right, would be the people involved, which would be Farrah and OG. That's where I would send them. Okay, so I don't know what you got going on with that. I don't know how one thing transpired into the next, or how Hair Junkie's involved. I had maybe 2 interactions with Hair Junkie. Ever. And I had never had a conversation with OG. I'm not from this side of the FYP, really. But if that's the accusation on me, right, then that would mean everybody that stuck up for OG on the fraud topic, that would be you accusing them as well. Because they got shared the same screenshots to prove that what Farrah was saying on live and in the chats was false. She was not being honest. Okay? So, like, this is, like, weird to me. It's weird to me, first of all, how hard you're trying to push my name. It's been, like, 6 or 7 days, bro. It's been 6 or 7 days. Okay? You're not silencing me. You're not, what's that other word that is used over there? Isolating. You're not doing any of that, okay? I've never been internet. Sometimes I go months without coming on here because I have an actual real life, okay? This shit is supposed to be like fun. This shit's supposed to be like fun, okay? And out of fun, what we get is goof troops calling their platforms awareness and doing everything they can to isolate, especially females. And at this point, I think that you're out for life. I think that's what your goal is, because as much as people are at your feet believing everything you say, you're just pulling shit out of nowhere. That post I seen and was sent this morning, that is like out of, I don't know where you pulled that from, okay? You are standing all 10 that I'm some fake page. And I know for a fact you have no receipts of that, because I am actually not that page. I'm not behind any T pages, fake pages. I don't do that. Everybody that sits with me knows if I have something to say to you, I have never been one to go hide behind a fake page. And as a matter of fact, on my own accord, just got that #1 page to remove everything, because what they did, I do not fucking stand by. I don't. I'm not going to banter with you on those low levels. I'm not going to do it. You're never going to get that from me. Okay? Because if that was the case, I would have green screened all of your things like you did mine, right? I don't need to go that route. To me, that's emotional and mental maturity. Just like I don't need to hit the live button to prove to people like Amanda K that I haven't been silenced and pushed off the app. Okay? And I don't want to hear anything from you, Amanda K, because you're racist. That's what you are. I seen the clips. You're definitely that, ma'am. So what you have to say, I don't give a fuck. But I'm not silenced. I will never be silenced. I don't do TikTok full time. I never have. Just because I went live for so many days straight, and then I go, MIA. Double tap, y'all. They're already reporting. Isn't that crazy? Somebody just on live talking, but the one green screening DV victims and kids and city officials and all types of shit just get free reign. Just free green screen everybody's identity. Isn't that crazy? But anyway, yeah. So I guess I have questions on that because in you saying that, then what you're saying is that the money would also make sense. If Pharaoh was buying that stuff, how would that? How does that incorporate with nails though? How does that incorporate with nails? That's a whole separate question. If what you're saying is true, then what you're saying is that Pharaoh was also purchasing that. So your post is cute. Send them to my house if that's what you need to do, but I'm going to have to be honest with them and say I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But the people involved are so and so and so and so and so and so according to so and so. So here's the information I have on them. If you need to go ask them, you need to go talk to them. You need to go talk to the people that know. It was their lingo. I don't know the lingo. I wasn't looking for lingo. I was looking to see if somebody frauded somebody. I don't know if you can tell by looking at me, but I don't do hair extensions and I don't wear nails. Like, I'm a painter, so on top of the fact that I don't, I don't know. I don't know what lingo there would be for shit like that. Like,
Okay. Okay. I'm still trying to understand it too. Okay. So apparently, if they talked about certain colors, it was a certain substance. And then a cat's eye referred to a substance that has a line on the PILL because it's like a cat's eye. Uh, I don't know.
wait, so is this like actually legit?
Apparently,
Yo!
I'm not gonna lie. I watched, where he exposed it because I told you he messaged me asking if I watched it. So I went
Yeah, yeah,
back and
yeah.
I watched it, and it's pretty fucking damning. I'm not gonna lie. After I was explained the lingo because I didn't understand, but
Somebody said cat eye. Cat eye is a nail polish. Yeah, see, I
yeah, it.
don't.
Yeah, Tina and I were doing mad research trying to figure this shit out. But I'm a drop. I just want to. Yeah, it's a whole thing, MJ. It's a whole thing. I'll be in the comments.
Okay. What the fuck is going on, yo? I, listen, like I said, like I said, if that's true, if that's true, then the person purchasing them, right, for what I was involved in, would be Farah.
So I was watching that from a fake account and it was reaching, but that's what it was. He was implying he was up there like he was doing his big one. And he was implying that she was not making nails. They were just used in place of he was saying she was pressing and making her own schmills and that Pharaoh was buying them because he was showing text messages saying, the counts were wrong of this and that. Yeah, he was actually stretching and reaching. I watched quite a bit of it because I didn't watch. I was listening. I was in the shower, so I had no choice. And it was like they were over. To me, I thought it was wild the way. But he was using nails, and as River said, the style of the nail equated to what rug was used in the making of these pills. So whether it was Zans or whatever, the type of pill was, or the type of nail style or color was what was being made. And he was definitely trying to imply that this is something that OG was doing and that really the transactions were not nails. They were a keyword for other things.
And I'm gonna be honest, like, okay, full transparency, right? It would make sense with the amount of money. Because one of the biggest things that everybody was saying, like, why so much money, right? We know that Farrah agreed to the money. Those are the receipts I saw. When I was shown receipts, the receipts I was shown was her confirming that the transactions were fine. But I mean, I don't know the full details, but to be fully transparent with what I'm hearing, it would make sense with the amount of money that was sent. But if true, then that would mean that Farrah, again, has not been honest with Duke.
Yes, so allegedly she came clean to them, and that's why she was showing texts and admitting her, I guess her problem, if you will, her rug problem. I guess pain or something is an issue. So again, I was showering, so but when I was trying to pick up and listen, I was like, oh my God, this is crazy. And again, I don't know the whole backstory of everything. Everybody, like you said, they're not from our side of the FYP, so I don't know all these characters.
Yeah, no.
What I do know is I've seen enough of them be a victim one minute and crying about being a victim to this person, and then the next minute now they're all rah-rah around him and bullying everybody. So that's what I just think is wild. Like, you're not safe over there, because they, and what's crazy is everybody tells their business, and then when it's used against them later, then they've got another reason to play victim. So it's just, for me, this is another reason why I just don't be around that much, because it's just annoying. It's just annoying at this point. But yeah, agreed, Bruja. And that's how I look at it. Because listening to some of them over there, it's like you're standing behind him and hiding behind him. And I know some of these people have to have some common sense. They can't agree with some of the stuff he's doing in accusation, but you're rallying behind a man on the run. Make that make sense. Where's the integrity? Where are your morals? Where are your values? Like, it's crazy to me. It's crazy. I'm sorry. I can't, even if everything he was saying was true and I don't agree with it, I still can't rally behind him because of the person he is, his character, his morals. He has no integrity. He's like, ugh. So, but yeah, that's what it was, MJ. Like I said, I don't listen to a lot.
That's fucking crazy. If that's true, and it sounds like it might be. I mean, I'm not going to take that from it. It sounds like it might be. But it just, like, that implicates Farrah too. Like, Farrah
Yes.
will be investigated and she will be in trouble for making the purchases as well. So, we can run with this. Oh, well, we're not gonna hold her accountable because she came clean and she this and that. Like, that's not how it's gonna work.
Right. Well,
Especially not in court of law when it's investigated.
Everybody thinks because now that they've stepped forward and took accountability, probably to come out of the dark from their lies, that it makes it right. And it doesn't, because accountability means making change from that behavior as well. And everybody's like, well, I took accountability. But have you changed your behavior? No, because then there's really no coming forward and saying, hey, I fucked up, and then next week doing the same thing. That means nothing. You have no integrity and you have no character. So your accountability is for shit. So, but yeah, that's...
And the integrity is, like, I have been busy. I don't know, day 4, day 5. I'm not a full-time TikTok creator anyway, so there's times I go months without being on here. How I'm being implicated in knowing about some shit that I really don't even know about, first and foremost, but thinking that you're going to threaten me with a rug agency and think that the minute that they don't show up on my doorstep, I'm not going to point them to the people that would know, if true? Because that ain't got nothing to do with me. Right. I was looking at fraud receipts. I'm not looking for code. Why would I know code? Nail code? Hair extension code? Do I look like I know hair extension?
And I promise you, like, when I hear your lives or when I've caught their lives, like, say, because I can only watch stuff, like, my attention span is just for shit now. It really is. It's just old.
Period. Mine too. Like, listen, I can't work big jobs and do TikTok at the same time.
No, exactly. And I had actually got done working for the day and got in the shower, and he was on. So I was like, okay, I was in there on a fake account and I was just listening. And I'm like, wow, you are really stretching with this. I'm like, where is he pulling this shit from? Like, he was like, these nails, this is a code word for this. And if you got a cat's eye nail, you are asking for this. And if you
but, right? But, because right is right and wrong is wrong. If she came clean and she admitted to him that she was doing purchases and she let him know what the lingo was, he's probably right on that.
But my thing is how many
You know?
people knew she was doing this, or even, so they were all friends with her. What, 2 months ago?
Well, but it
Last
could
month even.
boil down to that amount of money because one of the biggest questions people had was, where was this amount of money coming from? Why was this amount of money decided on? And people were questioning her heavily on that. So the only thing I can think is if it came down to that and people were still questioning the money, then it would make sense why so much money and why so many sets of nails, or why Farrah lied about how many sets of nails she actually got.
Right.
Because she told Mush that she only got like 9 packages, and that wasn't the case. There was a lot, and
Well,
sometimes
yeah, and he's got the text to prove between them two. So
yeah.
yes, she did. But my thing is again now, this was not in the dark. This just wasn't between Farrah and her then. How many other people really knew about this? So now let's trickle all down. Now let's do a trickle down. You know how they talk about trickle down economics? Let's do a trickle down effect here of people that really knew what the hell was going on, and now they want to start bashing out. Now here we go. We're going to rally around like a big gang of bullies, even though somebody A, B, and C might have known about it, and then bash somebody else for it, or try to attack other people for it. Come on now, let's be so for real.
Yeah.
This wasn't something new that just came out. People knew about this. So it's like, let's have accountability for everybody.
That's what I'm wondering too. How many people actually knew about this? Because I think what bro's forgetting is I'm not from the side of the FYP. I've never sat with OG. I've never sat with most any of them.
Right.
I don't really know them. I think I had 1 or 2 interactions with Hair Junkie, and probably even 6 to 8 months before Hair Junkie passed, of which I also don't know the details of that.
Right.
I heard it was medical reasons. I don't really know. I don't really know the guy. Don't know his family. So it's just odd. You can't implicate me in a bunch of shit rallied around a bunch of people that I don't even know. Okay,
Right.
I can prove that I didn't have my very first conversation with OG until it might have been like the 26th or 27th of December, when all of this shit first started popping off. And I needed to see receipts, right?
Right.
I wanted to see receipts. So prior to that, even on TikTok, Discord, all socials, that was the first time I had ever talked to OG. Ever. So this whole I knew about it, it's really not going to work. And unfortunately, in you doing that, I'll probably make the call first, let them know what you're accusing me of, and go ahead and send them to the appropriate parties.
Right.
Because
Right.
I am, Bree.
I just
They did.
remembered
Oh, they didn't
something else.
include Bald Faye down there?
No,
All right.
there was no bald. That's a wig cap, I guess. I don't know, but
I am bald on top. It's fine though. I don't give a fuck.
I just remembered something else from watching that live too, and that's why I say it's damning. Is in some of the text messages that were showed between Farrah and OG, it talked about her husband, Farrah's husband,
Yep.
stamping and marking after she received them. Why would you stamp and mark nails? You know what I mean? Like, it's just
Wait, what? What is that? What does that mean?
like, you know how like you get medication and it has like
Imprints on them and stuff,
Yeah.
markings on them to say what they are.
Yeah.
Here's my thing though, and I'm not listen, I'm not privy to this shit. How would it be incorporated with the nails like in the package or in the nail its actual self? And if
So-
in the nail its actual self, I'm asking too many questions because I don't even know how you would like use that.
You can't. So we've been making a joke on the back end that if it's incorporated into the nails, then I guess everybody's walking around here sucking their thumb or something because it doesn't make sense. Because I literally Googled, is that possible?
I quit, bro. I quit.
Well, no. So that's the other thing, though. I think it was the Queen, which I don't know. I don't know all these characters was saying, though. You can buy the machines to make these quote unquote nails at home. So we're actually, again, we're not talking nails. We are talking about the real pressed substances. And that she was like, you can buy those on Amazon. And I'm like, what the hell? I got a full education that night about this stuff.
Sarah, when I tell you we looked it up, you can literally buy a PILL press on fucking Amazon.
Yes. She said that. So it's like they were implying that OG and her husband were making these at home, were making these nails, quote unquote nails at home, and Farrah was purchasing them. And he had all of these text messages between her and Farrah that he was showing. And Farrah was like, nobody tampered with the package. I counted them. I only had 18 cat eyes. And he's like, how many? You've got 10 fingers. Why would you only need 18 cat eyes? He was like, come on, make it make sense. And I was like, ooh. I mean, I did kind of feel some of the stuff he was reaching on, but I'm like, well, he does have a point there. Like, you got 10 fingers.
Nobody said, anyway, here's my point. Why do you need 3 cameras to count nails? What are you talking about?
Allegedly, she had 3 cameras on her making nails.
Farrah wasn't in the live, but yes, Farrah admitted it. I guess he played a phone call. I actually logged out for a minute. I don't know if anybody was listening and heard a phone call he allegedly played with Farrah, but I had logged. When I got the shower, I said, I can't take any more of this, and I just logged off.
Both, Loca, both.
Why
I don't know if
he's on
rewatch, but see if you can pull a rewatch.
Like, why the cameras though? Like, is this some like American gangster 1960s Harlem fucking they run around naked to think like what? Right. Why was she sending the camera footage to like?
Yeah, that was undetermined. I still don't understand the camera thing, to be honest with you. But your question about it being in the nails versus like with the nails, I've had that same question because I vaguely remember hearing someone say that she was pressing them like into the things to do the nails. So like they were in the nails. So I dead ass, the FBI's gonna be at my damn door because I googled if you can get HIV/AIDS by putting pressure on nails on. I'm not gonna lie.
Stop googling, bitch.
See if he's on rewatch though, MJ. He was under. I think he was on the Malevolent. I think Florida Man. See if he's on rewatch. So you can. I know you won't see comments, but this way we're not misinforming you as to what was heard or said. Then you can hear it all and see it all because again, he was showing a bunch of texts. He was because he was like, "Hey, y'all get ready," you know, blah blah blah. I mean,
respectfully though, it sounds like he's got the full code and everything under control. But all I'm saying is, what we're not gonna do is implicate me in something that I don't have a fucking clue of. So, I mean, you can, right? Well, no, honestly, reality is you already did. So I'm going to do what I need to do, obviously, and send them to the parties that would obviously know, which would be the parties involved, which it sounds like Farrah is involved. So if she was compliant and she made those purchases and received it, then she's just as guilty as the person doing it. And I'm going to be wholeheartedly honest. I've lost a lot of people to OD. And I've always been real heavy on get your, I don't know the TikTok code I can use. If she is doing that, she deserves everything coming to her and she should absolutely be fully investigated. Fully investigated. Because I'm gonna
ask one question before I hop down, MJ.
Yeah.
MJ, how did you get involved with these people doing crack, girl?
Hold on. Go ahead, River. Hold on.
No, but hold on. Let me ask my question, then I'm gonna go run and hide. I just Florida Man, this is no disrespect, but did you use a fake name when you talked to the detectives? Because boy, if you talking to detectives right now, boy, you got balls, and I'll give you that.
That's what I was thinking too when he said he reported her. I said the same thing.
I mean, with that, honestly, I'm not shocked.
So allegedly, don't ask me how I know. I don't know. I don't be over there with the crack people. But
double tap, y'all. Double tap.
Cat eye is code. It's code for what's the TikTok lingo for it?
Out here messing around.
Yes. So that's what it is code for. And the people, sometimes, like I said, on TikTok, when they slanging it, they use the cameras because once you get the nails, you have to be sure to show the people what you got. So they've been buying them Ring cameras and shit, and the cameras filming their house. So when they get it, they count it, and then they send it, and they show the people like, okay, this is what I got. Don't ask me how I know. I don't know.
Wait, so this is like an actual, like, people are actually doing this shit on TikTok?
Yeah, girl, white TikTok is crazy. That's why I stay from over there, girl. They really
I'm deleting the app.
Girl, they
Listen,
doing it.
I'm deleting the app.
They use the nails because when you send it in a pack, I don't know if anybody have used press on nails or not. Like on the bottom of the press on nails, it's usually like an empty container. So if you send it with the nails, don't ask me how I know, because I'm just speculating. But it's like an empty little clear box. So when you send it with the nails, you can't necessarily, unless you being real nosy, you can't see. And when you go to the post office, and if they happen to open it and you got all them nails in there with the stuff, they not gonna necessarily, flag your package, and then you still gonna receive it.
I have a question. Like, I have like an actual legit question. How do you get to the point with somebody? How do you get to the point with somebody on TikTok or any social media that you use to be comfortable enough to be like, hey,
That part.
Because most people is not like you.
I know, like, I see, like, you got, like, real pretty nails, and I was just wondering if you could, like...
Because people who mess around, girl, they gonna get it by any means, girl. They don't care none of the law or none of that. And most people is not like you, if they're so nosy and in their business. And especially I learned over there on white folks TikTok, they don't really be in each other's business like that. So us who don't mess around, we like, ooh, what's this going on? They already know to go to get down. So baby, they not telling on each other and stuff, and they're looking for it. So they come across, a panel, and they like, hey, we got these nails for sale, and they already know the code.
So they already know what they're looking for then. So people that are looking for this know how to look for it on TikTok. Okay.
Well, I just wanted to let you know, Nova, that you're about to get dragged for even knowing any details.
No, I'm not. Because look, white people, look, this is MJ business. I'm just over here telling her, because she don't really know, because she don't do crack. So I'm just telling her what I observed. I ain't got nothing to do with this, with y'all. But MJ, yeah, you should stay out of that, because that's like a real... it's some real stuff.
Listen, I had a really big paint job, was gone for 4 or 5 days, traveling for work, and I come back to all these crazy posts from last night. I'm being implicated. They're saying that I knew because I was shown text receipts of about
Petty, I don't sell nails,
between
girl.
two people that supposedly I'm supposed to know the fucking lingo. Like, I wear hair extensions and fucking nails. I don't know.
Yeah, but no, girl, I don't sell no nails. Girl, no. Before we get it twisted, girl, I don't sell nails or hair, girl. Neither one. I don't sell
there's
nothing.
something with hair too? What the hell?
Yeah. Like I said, they say it as a lingo because it's two of the things that you can send over, and I just heard this. I don't know if it's true or not. So
you know what? I'm done. I'm getting down. This is more TikTok education than I need.
And they don't check those packages as well as because TikTok has become so prominent. A lot of those packages, the mail people don't check. They just send them through so it don't get caught.
How are people comfortable with that? Federal mail? You're telling me that people send this shit through the federal mailing system?
Yes, girl. Girl, if you imagine if you was doing messing around and then you couldn't get it, on the streets because the street, girl, you gonna do what you gotta do.
Oh no.
Yeah, girl, they do. Girl, I just heard about this stuff.
So I don't know nothing about this either at all.
Period.
But they also use the words candy, and they use them in emojis too. And you can also order some candy, and that's how they do it too.
Yep.
But I don't know nothing about that.
Me either. So before y'all white folks get on, this is MJ business. I ain't got nothing to do with this. I don't know about it. I'm just speculating.
You can pretty much send anything through the mail if you do it overnight or within 2 days and just send other things. Those people aren't checking thoroughly, especially if you send it with food.
Yep. Because food has to get to the client. Oh, wait. Food has to get to the purchaser in such an amount of days before it spoils. So they don't necessarily just go through it all the time. They hurry up and try to get it there because
Bitch,
they don't want
I
to deal with
just
it
woke
incidentally.
up. Bitch, I just woke up.
I gotta give my babies back. Y'all have a good day.
The feds is watching. Look, I gotta get off of here. I don't know what. Stay away from them white folks. Girl, they crazy, girl. They
I mean,
get you picked
so,
up.
but like respectfully, so it's not far fetched to say that he could be right.
Oh yeah, he ain't lying, girl. He
Yeah,
telling the truth.
but I mean, it doesn't take away
Don't
from the
take
fact
notes.
that I don't fucking
Don't
know
take
about any of
notes, y'all.
that.
This is just speculation. This is just speculation, girl.
Yeah, allegedly.
Oh no, it's not allegedly. This is just speculation. You know, this is just a fairy tale. How did you get involved with this injured girl? You know the police, girl.
All I did was prove, and now I mean, it's looking more like it's it's legit, and
Stop
she
proving
wasn't
stuff.
frauded. She wasn't frauded. That it was actually a bigger, more major thing going on. And I wish more people would actually see that because it would make sense now. The fucking amounts of money. It would make sense now.
Yeah,
One of the
don't know
biggest
nails cost
questions.
$1,200, girl. That's crazy.
Yeah, one of the biggest questions was why so much money? There was never a set amount of money determined for pay for being an assistant. So it makes fucking sense, but it would go
Oh,
back
she
to
was an assistant.
it would go back to that OG didn't fraud her. But
Oh.
if that's true, OG, and he proves that and that's legit and you're actually fucking doing that, I hope you're held accountable. But I also hope Farrah's held accountable too. Maybe in different ways, get some help, get some whatever it is you
That
need,
lady
but
that you
you're
had up here
just
on
as
your
guilty for
panel.
purchasing that and knowing that it is being shipped through the mail, if true.
Oh, that lady you had on your panel. Yeah, never mind. Let me keep my opinions to myself. But MJ, you need to just stop wanting to know stuff, girl. Some stuff you don't
Listen,
need to know, MJ. I know you want to fight for the truth and stuff, girl, but a lot of the truth is breaking law. Girl. You need to stay away from it.
yeah, no, you're not wrong. I'm done doing that shit. I'm done sticking my neck out for people. Honest to God, because it literally like it doesn't do any good. We're sitting on an app that
Oh my
they don't
God, Bree,
care.
she
They don't
died.
care at the end of the day.
Oh Lord, MJ, girl, we just woke up. How did you get involved
I
in
know.
this, girl? This some serious stuff. Look, white people, I just want y'all to know because I know y'all
Oh,
up. Because when you
okay.
just messing around, y'all be up all night. I ain't in
So
it.
somebody just told me that at one point HJ had purchased nails from OG, and that's why. Yo,
Mm-mm.
see, I don't know
Mm-mm.
that. I didn't know HJ. I don't know HJ.
Stop opening your email, girl.
I know. I'm trying.
MJ, stop. You don't just tell him you don't. Look, white folks, MJ don't want nothing to do with this. She dances nosy. Let me just explain to y'all in white people language. MJ is an app. She dances worse than the police. Y'all don't want to be involved with her. Left her alone. Lord.
Yeah, so yeah, this in particular, I mean, the only reason I'm having a voice is because I'm being accused of shit, which at the end of the day, I don't really care, right? Because I'm not guilty of anything. So whatever needs to happen will happen, and I will direct them to the correct parties. And I've always said, if you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you're wrong. But I mean, if what you guys are describing is legit, and that code is in the messages, and Farah admitted to it, then I mean, bro's right and they should all be held accountable. But we can't hold people accountable and protect the others. Farrah's just as guilty
Oh
in
no
that
no no no,
allegedly.
baby. Rat's ass. I've been through with white folks. It's not just MJ them. That's because I already knew them girls. So, but everybody else, girl, I learned very quickly over there on White Talk, girl, to stay out their business. They got too much going on, girl, with the cops and stuff. Girl, I don't be over there.
Okay,
Mm-mm.
so the nails, sorry, I'm sick. The nails that HJ bought came from Carrie Wells. They did not come from OG. And according to
Oh,
Mallory, HJ died from kidney failure. He was not the healthiest person. So
yeah, yeah, which I
we
had
can
heard.
debunk
Yeah,
that. So, toodles.
Bye.
Tina, why y'all keep dropping so fast? Is it that serious? Look, I'm gonna get out of here. Everybody just keep leaving so quick.
Yeah,
Stay out
no,
the white folks'
listen,
business, MJ.
you say one wrong thing and your whole family's going on the internet, so.
Stay out of this, MJ. This is I'm a message. Stay out these white folks' business, girl.
Listen, I have been silent for 5 fucking days and my name is still being thrown in the shit. So, what I'm not gonna do is sit silent while I'm being accused of some crazy shit. We're gonna direct the people where the people need to go to make the correct investigations, right? We're not gonna be petty with our panties in a bunch and upset because somebody got us upset and just start throwing out accusations. That's what we're not gonna do, okay? We're not gonna do that. Because this is crazy. This is crazy. And I didn't have anything to do with this shit. It was the fraud, okay? But what I can honestly say is that the amounts of money, it would make sense. It would also make sense why OG mostly stayed quiet. Right? Because I just had my own thing happen with OG. And to be transparent, it's fuck OG for me. Right? I don't need to go hate bond with dude. I don't need to go hate bond with dude just because I learned something that had nothing to do with the fraud, but learned something on my own about the lady. Okay? That's what I'm not going to do. I don't need to hate bond with you. I'm definitely not going to do that. Yeah. But it makes a lot of things make sense. But at the end of the day, the part that I had my foot in the door on was the fraud. And the reality is, with the bigger picture, is she didn't get frauded. She knew exactly what she was doing. She knew exactly what she was purchasing. She knew exactly what was going on, according to them. According to them, which would make all of my arguments correct. That she didn't get frauded. She knew what she was doing, and it would make sense for the money. I don't know. I ain't talked to none of them. I've been busy. Okay? I'm not internet. I have a real life. I don't have a TikTok schedule. I've never, in my 3, almost 4, maybe it has been 4 years, on this app, have I ever had an actual full-time TikTok schedule. Okay? I get busy, and if I have big jobs, I don't have time for this shit. Okay? My real life comes first. And I don't need to hit the live button. I don't have to hit the live button to prove a point to anybody. But don't ever think you're running me off TikTok. That's never going to happen. That's never going to happen. And that accusation is crazy because in order, I would have had to have known lingo. I didn't know OG for that long. You're trying to say that she taught me a lingo or whatever y'all want to call that in the 7 days total I spent talking to her trying to prove that Farrah actually wasn't frauded? And yeah, Mittens, why are you in here? Aren't you were calling me transphobic, saying I'm horrible for my own community? Like what do you got going on, girl? What do you got? Why are you in here now? What do you got going on? What do you got going on? Huh? Y'all are too comfortable. That's your problem. Y'all are too comfortable. Um Yeah, most of them are, honestly. And you know what's sad is they're compliant. They're compliant. They're very, 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 very compliant. And that's sad, right? Trying to use intimidation tactics to figure out the truth is probably one of the weirdest things that I've ever seen. And also dangerous, right? doing everything in your power to try to isolate people, especially as a man and you're targeting females, it's really sad and dangerous, right? For people who aren't as strong, for people who might take it more serious than other people do, it's really weird. And the fact that you want to be a truth teller so bad, but you're willing to toss accusations on shit as if they're truths. That post you made last night, you posted that as if it's truths, as if you would have receipts to prove that, and you don't for either or. Because I'm not a fake page. Okay, everybody that knows me, I don't need to say what I need to say to you on a fake page. I don't need to come on a fake page to say what I need to say to you. I am not scared of you. Okay? If I have something to say to you, I will either make a post or I will go live. One or the other. Please understand, I am not a full-time TikTok creator. I am not a TikTok creator at all. My life is not TikTok. Sometimes I will go full weeks without going live. Sometimes I have been known to not go live for months. And all of my day ones can tell you that. I go through spurts, okay? I go through spurts because I am a very busy person, contrary to popular belief. But making posts as if they are truths is making you look silly, because I know for a fact that both things you posted are untrue and you posted them as if they were truth. That discredits you. That discredits you. You can't look at a post that some fake page is making, even if you think that the content is similar, and I don't even know because I don't even go look at the page because I don't care, and say that, oh, well, they post kind of similar, or I'm just gonna keep talking about her because I feel like she hasn't been on the app in 5 days, so she must be scared, right? She must be compliant because she's terrified. It's never gonna be that, sir. It's never going to be that. Like, it's never going to be that. So I don't know what you're doing, but discrediting yourself. Those two accusations are wild. So like I said, to clear that up, I am not behind any fake pages. If I have something to say to you, I'm going to say it to you. Okay? I'm not going to hate bond with you. I don't give a fuck to, first and foremost. Second of all, you can send whoever you need to my house. And all I'm going to do is show them your posts. I'm going to send them to your lives for replay so that they can get an idea of what the fuck's going on, since I clearly don't know. And then I'm going to let them know the parties that I have been involved with on TikTok that would be involved, which would include your friend Farah. Okay? It would include your friend Farah. Okay? Because if she knowingly purchased, she knew the routes, she knew the shit was being sent through the mail, she knew what the lingo, she helped set it up, she was compliant, she is going to be just as guilty as the woman who did the thing, if true, allegedly, because I don't fucking know. It's looking like it's possible. I will say that. It's looking like it's very possible. Then they're all gonna go down. They're all gonna go down. Okay? Um, that I didn't screen record anything. I made that very, very fucking clear. I'm not super intelligent with that kind of shit anyway. But I didn't have a reason to screen record anything because the lies, I was sent screenshots that coincided, okay? When the screen share happened, I didn't record that shit. Why do I need to record the conversations? Why would I need to record that? Like, why would I record that? I don't have a reason to record that. Every text message that applied, I got a hard copy of it as well. But in saying that, what you're insinuating is that everybody that saw her DMs is implicated in that, which would include Megan, Smash, and everybody else. Like, is this satire? What? I don't know what that. I don't know what you're. I don't know what you're asking by that. I don't know what you're asking by that. If you're referring to what Megan did, like I said, I think that it was distasteful. I think that Megan lacks emotional maturity and intelligence. I think that people don't stop and think that you don't need to react on their levels. At the point where you're reacting on their levels, it doesn't make you any better. I understand why she did what she did, but I do not agree with it. You can't, like, you're giving them what they want. You're giving them exactly what they want, right? Because if they can make you look bad, if they can take away from what he's doing and make you look bad and turn the attention on you for you to be the next person for them to accuse and drag, you're giving them what they want. You're giving them exactly what they want. And I have no interest in that. Why am I going to go have a crash out satire or anything when I don't even know what the fuck's going on with it? And respectfully, if it's true, then they all should be held accountable, including OG. Okay? I've lost family. I've lost friends. I've lost a lot of friends. A lot of friends to that. It's one of the main reasons why I moved out of my hometown. Because I didn't want to be like them. But it doesn't mean that a lot of them didn't pass away from it. And so I am wholeheartedly, if it's true, and he online needs to be the one to investigate that, break it all down, and do what he needs to do to hold them accountable. I'm all for it. I got no problem with it. No problem at all with it. Because that's crazy, and it's sad, and it's unfortunate.
What's up?
Hey.
So, I mean, I after our little thing, you know, so you took OG's for her every word, and that backfired. I'm just trying
No.
to. I'm just trying to get caught up. I heard
Yeah, so
the
listen.
fuck OG.
So listen. So okay. So when the fraud thing, right? So the fraud thing all unfolded. So everything. So including the bank call, right? So there was a bank call. So what OG did was she stayed silent while Farrah gave her story, and the story was projected online, right?
Right.
So after about 4 or 5 days, then OG was like, okay, well, now here I go. I just think it's funny how Farrah is telling them this version, but here's the bank call, right? So we saw the messages and we heard the bank call. And so we were like, wait, so Farrah definitely knew, and she confirmed with third party, with the bank, how many transactions were approved.
So when I came up to talk
hold
to
on, hold on,
Okay,
because there's more.
go ahead.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
So one of the biggest questions that everybody had was, why the amount of money? And then Farrah lied about how many sets of nails she got.
Right.
So we were like, well, so first of all, why all the money? That was another question that everybody had. Did you guys have an agreement for payment? Was there a set amount for payment? Because this is a lot of money, so why all this money? But now, if this is true, if what he's exposing is true, then that makes sense. Okay, so we can agree. So Farrah wasn't frauded. If what he's saying is true, then Farrah was purchasing that stuff from her, which would make sense for the money and the amount of sets of nails. So it still stands. She wasn't frauded. She was purchasing rugs, allegedly, according to him. So
Do you know what a scream for? Do you know what a cry for help is? Like when somebody's actively doing something destructive, do you know what it means? What do you know? And sometimes it could be so loud, so wild and whatnot. It's like a scream for help.
In regards to what? Like who? Like who are you talking about?
I'm in right now in general. I'm talking about in general. So hypothetically, okay, she's in deep, right? She's in deep with her, right? She's in deep. She's doing some shit, and she want to get out of it. So my first thing, she frauded me. Fuck, I don't know, because I really don't want to get to the root of it, right? I don't want to sit and expose everything that I've been doing, right?
I agree.
But
Yes.
here's, and look, I don't know a whole lot on that. I've been getting tidbits and whatnot. That why I'm here right now is because you went to bat for OG and said what you said about me, and you didn't even know me. So,
Okay.
you know, you got mad because I mentioned critical thinking, and I was going to give you some stuff that day to give you some critical thinking on, and you could have, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll own that. Because if this is true, yeah, I'll own that all day long. That the comment you made, which upset me, right? Because I don't want people to be dry accused of that, and that's what upset me. Because I think a lot of us have lost people to that kind of thing. I don't know the TikTok lingo, but I can own that. If this is true and this is panning out, which sucks because he's accusing me of knowing what the lingo was. I don't have a fucking clue. I don't do hair extensions, and I definitely don't.
Listen, I never used hair extension or nails, but it's a new age, right? I mean, we had other words for it back in my day, but I haven't touched none of that in 19 years. You still pick up on it though.
Been involved in any shit that involves lingo but I will
So you got in over your head with that, OG, then maybe, huh?
If you were reading between the lines, right, and I wasn't totally in the wrong either, because this wouldn't be fraud. A cry for help is not fraud. So when somebody's projecting that somebody frauded somebody for days on live,
were all them the fraud would come into play if some of them transactions that the homegirl didn't know were being done because she had her numbers. There possibly could be fraud up in the mix of that too.
But she did.
I didn't.
Because of the bank
they're
call.
both wrong.
Because of the bank call. Because of the bank call that we all heard, Farrah very much knew, and she approved all those transactions and was fighting with the bank to get them back. OG in that call with the bank counted out the numbers of transactions.
The point I just wanted to make, that it's funny how everything's playing out. Sometimes you guys sit back and watch some stuff, but you was gonna look all up at me. Did you do that? Did you look into me? I just needed to
listen,
because you went a route to another. And I'm not trying to come at you. I'm really not.
I don't look people up. So this narrative that I was gonna in real life,
it wasn't a narrative. You said it. Did you listen to the clip? Did you listen to your live that day?
Your content, what you do. If you accuse people of things, okay. Everybody that sits with me knows I don't dox. That's exactly why I just fell out with OG. Okay.
So did you find any fuck shit that I've done on the app?
It had nothing to do with the fraud. Okay. I don't dox. She took something from me and claimed that it was for bullying and harassment reports and all this shit, right? And she gave it to a fake fucking page. She admitted to me that she knew. She said 4 people were behind the page. She knew one of them.
Who did that? Who did that?
OG did. And so when I figured that out on my own, I said, fuck you. I don't do that. I don't care. My whole life has been blasted on this app.
Did you see what she did? But listen, we need to get to the point that I was saying. She does this to people. She used you. Do you see how she used you?
Yeah, I see it now.
And to me,
absolutely.
That's a predator.
Yeah.
You've been a predator on this fucking app for 4 years, and a couple people were trying to tell you that. And we got
but some of the people, and I'm not saying you.
Could you unblock my main though?
I'm not saying it about you, but some of those same people that were doing the same thing as you, they do the same shit to people, right? And like I said, I'm not saying you, but some of those same people doing the shit, they're the same way. They do the same exact thing. Oh yeah. So yeah, I will own that if this proves to be true, and it's looking pretty legit, then yeah, I shouldn't have said anything about trying to figure out who you are as a creator.
I appreciate that.
And the mental and emotional, and on everything I love, I would not have looked up real life. I don't look up real life. You can ask anybody that sits with me. There's nothing real life about my Discords. Nothing of that fucking sort. I would have no reason. What good is it gonna do me to look you up in real life? What I mean when I say that, because everybody knows what I stand by, is who you are as a creator. Are you an advocate? Are you claiming to be an advocate, but throwing out at the time what I thought would be dry accusations? Now I can own the fact that maybe those aren't so dry.
Listen,
I
I'm
can own
not.
that.
Listen, I advocate when need be. I'm not an always on call. I'm not recovering addict. I am, but not always. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'm
Yeah.
not working on shit. I take my will back and I come up in here and and fight. I am far from fucking perfect. Do I step in shit? Yep. And been trying to get it off my chute for the last 4 fucking years on this app. But
This
I'm
app
glad.
sucks.
Yeah, I mean it does, but yeah,
It
you can make
really
the best out of it.
does.
You know what I mean? You really can. You take what you want and you leave the fucking rest.
Yeah.
So all right, I'm gonna get into the store and I seen you was live on. Somebody sent. I was on this account. If you could unblock my other one, that would be great. But
Yeah,
somebody
I
sent me
got you.
this live.
Yeah,
I
I
was
got
like,
you.
oh shit, is she talking about me again? Let's go.
I don't know. I don't have TikTok logged into my PC to be able to unblock it right now.
No, you're
But when I,
good. You're good.
yeah, when I get
And
off, I
somebody
will.
asked me what OG did to me. She didn't do shit to me. She just fucked up somebody's head, and I didn't appreciate it. But we could talk about that on my live. Never tried canceling that lady. Never did. Never tried canceling her.
Well,
No, not no.
I'll say, if this is true, she deserves to be I mean, she deserves, her and Farrah respectfully deserve to be held legally accountable.
Yeah, most people do that shit
You
on their
know?
own. I ain't gotta do shit but sit back and watch it. But thank you for having a conversation with me. I wish we could have had it back then. But
Yeah. I appreciate it too. Yeah, and again, I would have never looked up your actual real life. What I mean by that is, as a creator, are we throwing out dry accusations while advocating, was like where I was going with that. So please
and,
don't think that that would have been a thing.
and
No, I
if
didn't
you
look you up. I don't even know your name. I'm not interested in knowing your name. I know you as Tech, and that's it.
Yeah, if you would have watched my live little after that live that morning, we was talking about a whole bunch of stuff, and I did listen to somebody's live, and we brought up plausible. Did I have evidence? I don't have evidence of shit because I don't collect receipts. You know what I mean? It's just what I've seen and what.
Yeah, and in the whole situation, the only receipts that I paid attention to was just the fraud thing, you know? All this extra shit, I don't know anything about that. And to be honest, I mean, it's being threatened to send agents to my house or whatever, and I said that's completely fine. That's totally fine, but I'm gonna have to direct them to the parties that would actually know, and I'm gonna have to be honest, I don't know anything about it. And that would be Farrah and OG and FM. If he's doing his investigation and breaking down these text messages, that those would be the people to answer the questions. I can't answer questions of things I don't know about.
True that.
But you
All
know,
right. Have a great day.
thank you. You too. I
Uh-huh.
appreciate it.
Hey, I hopped up here to say, like, obviously, I don't believe this whole thing about OG. And if other people want to believe it, fine. And here's why I don't. And this is just food for thought. So, like, if he had made the claim against OG by herself, and it was just like an OG and Farrah thing, I'd be like, oh, that's interesting. And I might have like considered it. But when he started throwing you into it and then Megan, I mean, I'm like, there's no way Megan is party to any of that. And so by him including those other two, you and Megan, it basically canceled it out. It was like, okay, now you're just throwing stuff to throwing stuff
I mean,
because
as
that's
far as me, yes, because obviously, I mean, I didn't need to go live and do a crash out satire, right?
right.
Like I said, I understand why she did what she did, because
I absolutely would have done the same thing.
For somebody who emotionally and mentally lacking on what is good banter and what is not, right? Like, so my whole life, and DV victims, kids, all that shit got plastered all over the net. Did anybody see me go live and crash out and do the same thing back? No, they
No,
did not.
that doesn't mean
Um,
she's wrong for doing it.
I
That's how you handle it, and she's
right.
entitled to handle it. And here's the thing: y'all are in two different places. What they are claiming she did, she has children. You think about this, and she's already had CPS called on her falsely before. If this stuff gets used against her, obviously that all starts up again. This is such a dangerous thing, and for those of us who have sat with her and hung out with her for years, we know this not to be true. This is not a true thing, and that's why I'm like, okay, like, had he just stopped with the OG thing, I think a lot of people might have like really like paused and thought, well, maybe is there potentially, I don't believe it, but whatever. But when he starts throwing your stuff in there, who he's fighting with, and Megan's stuff in there, who isn't, taking his side, it makes me say, okay, no, this is just a made up line crap because OG won't fold. She won't give in. She won't, she's fighting back. And anybody who stands up and says, I'm not going along with this, I disagree with you, this is exactly what happens. He's done it to, I mean, I've seen it happen to everyone. And I'm just like, I don't know. He has nothing to lose at this point. He knows it.
I
And
mean, at the end of the day, though, I can't worry about Megan.
no,
Right? I don't know. I'm not from this side of the FYP, so a lot of these people, like even OG, I hadn't talked to OG. I don't know the exact date. Somewhere around December 27th was the first time that I had a private conversation with OG. So OG and Megan, they go way back. I don't know. I can't speculate. I don't know conversations they've had, how long they've been friends, who purchased what from who's ever gotten what from who. That's at the end of the day, the Megan and the OG and the friends with whoever is from that side that she has sat with for a long time isn't really my battle to fight.
right.
Right?
I just came up to say, like, because you're talking on it and kind of like saying that it's possible. And I'm telling you, for those of us who know Megan, we know it is not possible. I don't know OG as much. She hasn't been on the app. I don't believe it. But, obviously people are entitled to kind of like, I think people should investigate it. If it's really happening, it's a horrible thing. Do I think Megan's involved with it? Absolutely not. And I am shocked at the people who aren't standing up and saying, "Hey, we know this not to be true." It would be the same for whoever you ride hard with, that you hang out with. You
So
know the people you sit with.
what I'm saying has really nothing to do with Megan. If it's plausible that it was happening between Farrah and OG, right? I've never seen messages between Megan and
Right.
OG. I've never seen messages between OG and anybody else other than the Farrah and the fraud situation.
Right, but that's my whole point is there has been no proof of any of this with Megan, and yet he's thrown Megan into the pile, which makes me think, well, if this, if now you're saying Megan's involved, obviously he's fighting with Megan. He's got no proof on Megan. We know Megan's not buying nails or putting them on or
Man,
any of that stuff.
you do realize that for me posting a bolo, which I didn't realize was a handmade created one with a license plate or a license number on it. Pretty much my whole family and a fuck ton of strangers got doxxed.
You what? What did you do? You posted a
So I
bolo?
posted it was a bolo flyer, right? Because
Okay.
he's wanted. And on that bolo flyer, it had like the license plate numbers and apparently I wanted maybe a driver's license number. And that pissed him off. So in return,
Right.
I
Now
don't even
he's
know
coming after
how
you.
many people got doxxed. My girlfriend and part of her family and some strangers that were tied into that. Some of my family and a bunch of strangers that were tied into that. Including a bunch of people that have nothing to do with the TikTok beef. He just
Right.
went and searched up a bunch of people and posted the shit, which did include a DV victim in hiding with her 3 kids.
Yeah.
So,
It's really disgusting.
over the fact that this, at the end of the day, I think we can say maybe wasn't fraud. It was something on a bigger magnitude.
Right.
Potentially,
I mean,
allegedly.
your point was well stated that
Yeah.
even if it was for what they now it's being said they purchased, it's still she still bought it, so it's still bank fraud. So yeah, I caught what you were putting down there.
Yeah, like
So, yeah.
and like I said, one of the biggest things that everybody questioned and nobody could get an answer to was these amounts of money, right? There was never a solid answer on was there an amount of money to be paid for payment for being an assistant, all of that shit. So again, I have to say I can't say that it's completely not true because it would make sense for the amounts of money for nails and assistant work that was sent. And if Farrah came clean about this, then again it stands.
Did
She
you get
was
the
not
answer of how
frauded.
long she was her assistant? Did you get that answer?
I know as early as November. The text messages showed as early as November.
So
And
$5,000 a month to be an assistant would probably
listen,
be a
I'm not trying to get into the
I know,
money
but I'm
amounts
just
and the
saying, like, think
antics.
about it. If you're employed, just, kind of like guess what you would charge somebody. I don't know. The whole thing is messed up. Obviously, I hope all this, gets found out that it's not true. But I just want to say, like, because of the addition of you and Megan all being like a part of this, it just makes me go, yeah, no, this isn't true.
Well, I think at this point he's just trying to poke at me and trying to
Yeah.
do the ha ha. I told you about OG, but the reality is that the two things are separate. The fraud thing is separate from what made me tell OG go fuck yourself. They're two totally different things, and I'm not gonna hate bond with him over that, right?
So
Because
what? So I don't know
I'm
why.
still. Hold
What
on. I
happened with
don't.
you and
I
OG?
cannot. I can't stand to be interrupted. Please don't do that. They're two totally separate things. So the fraud thing is completely separate from her taking information that she and we agreed was for legal purposes only and passing it on to some fake page that was doxing right along with that side. I don't stand with that shit. I don't even care. I'm the one that exposed that she did that, right? Because I called her out on it. Why is this page posting shit that I gave you for legal purposes? I don't stand by that. These people have kids in their house. Yes, it's being done to me. I will handle that how I need to handle that, but how I handle that is not giving shit to a fake page to go do the same thing back, right? Because OG can't cry about being a victim of anything if you're literally going to do what I don't stand by, which is turn around and give them the same energy. And she manipulated me into getting that information, and I don't fuck with that. So I called her out immediately, and haven't talked to her since. She's blocked on everything. I don't fuck with that. You don't get to pull the wool over my eyes, right? People that actually did stand up, when in reality, allegedly, if this is something bigger, then you are being dishonest with everybody, and you're making everybody look bad. Okay. The part that I covered was the fraud. If this is true, then Farrah actually was not frauded. And I think everybody can agree to that. It was actually something bigger. So yeah, no, they're two totally different things. I said fuck you to OG on my own for something that she did to me. Had nothing to do with all this other shit that my name is being plastered all over. And I don't even really know the lady. The first conversation, I've never sat with OG like that. The first conversation I had with her was around the end of December, maybe the 27th. Other than that, with the fraud thing, I've never had conversations with OG. So,
Well, hang in there. It'll eventually this will all blow over, but But yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I don't know her
yeah.
well, but I just don't. I don't know. It just seems too far fetched for me. But hey,
Well,
maybe
to
I'll
be
get proved
honest,
wrong.
with the experience that I had with her, just with the sneaky, with the bad intentions, right? I at this point I can't put it past it. If she's sneaky enough to try to be malicious against somebody who not only was a voice, but you did the exact opposite of what that person who stuck up for you believes in, then you can't put anything past people like that. That means that she is a manipulator as well, because that's exactly what it was, manipulation. To the point where I also was blamed for that other page. And thank God I have the text messages to prove that she recognizes that she knows at least one of the people behind that page. And that there's actually 4 total people behind it. I'm not getting blamed for that shit. You're not blaming me for that shit, ma'am. Mm-mm.
So let me. I guess I guess I really don't know what happened. So you gave her information about fraud stuff or about other people that had something to do with all this.
She requested somebody's information for a bullying and harassment report to take things the legal route that what I was told she had already started all the paperwork
Against Florida Man?
and I gave her that information to be able to contact and attach it to her report. And instead of doing that, she gave it to a fake page to dox said person. And like, what the fuck? What the fuck? So again, she used manipulation, and then the excuse was, well, that they said that they wanted to do a report too, so I didn't know. No, bitch, you knew. You knew because I'm sorry, we were born on a day, but it wasn't yesterday. Why would you give somebody's information to a fake fucking T-page awareness page that literally has no followers because it was just created? You knew exactly what you were doing. You did it with malice purpose, and I do not approve of that. That's not why I gave you the information, and I have all the proof of that. So I can leave it at that. But yeah, she manipulated. She used it for malice purposes, and I don't stand by that. I don't give a fuck who it is. They can post my shit all day long, but I'm not going to do the same back, right? Because I do care about the safety of children. I do care whether or not kids are terrified of police and all of this other weird shit that comes along with it. Okay? Innocent people, innocent neighbors, innocent bystanders, innocent family members. That shit is weird to me. This is TikTok.
That's wrong.
If you want to banter, leave it at TikTok.
Yeah.
Like,
and if you don't want to play the game, get off of TikTok.
Yeah, and what she did is, I mean, it is. It's all making sense. It's all making sense because why would you want to do that and facilitate that type of banter, but claim to be a victim and want justice and people held accountable? The two things don't go hand in hand. So yeah, it was a big fuck you, OG, from me.
And did you make a report?
It had nothing to do. It had nothing to do with the fraud part.
Did she make a report? Do you know?
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay, I'm just curious.
I
mean, well,
if she did, this is what I can say. If she did, it's going to all get thrown out. It's no good. You can't be a victim and file this and try to go the legal route if you're going to turn around and do the same weird shit for malice purpose. Okay? Because there's a huge difference. There's a huge difference from trying to hold people accountable for what they're doing on the internet versus doing it maliciously and putting kids and innocent people in harm's way, which is why I think what he's doing is just weird.
Yeah, right? It's bad.
Accountability doesn't have to be character assassination. Like it's weird. It's so weird.
Okay, well, hang in there.
Oh yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Bye. Thank you. Yeah, like I said, they're two totally different things, right? Two totally different things. Because at the end of the day, Farrah would not have been frauded. She was participating in illegal activities, very, very illegal activities. And if I need to assist in that, you know, if agents need to come here and ask me questions, like I said, I'm going to have to direct them to the people that would know. I'm going to have to direct them to the people that would know, and that person's not me. The best I could tell them would be about like the fraud situation, which, I mean, if it ties in, if this is not alleged and it's true, and they could go that route, but Farrah's gonna have to answer to that too, because I don't know nothing about that. I ain't never purchased nothing from that lady. I didn't know her long enough. I've never sat with her. And again, I didn't record. I made that clear. I did not record the things that she showed me about Farrah. I didn't screen record that. I made that clear from day one. A lot of what I received was still imaging. Did she show me her screen on like when she looked up how many times Farrah agreed to authorize transactions? Yes. But a lot of what I have is still imagery. So I don't know, like, I don't know what you want me to do about that. I don't know what you want me to do about that. Um, like, dude, are you cool? She showed the shit on live. She showed the nails on live. Like, what are you talking about? All the screenshots of the nails was shown on live. It was all shown on live. Do I have the still images of the receipts from the post office where they were sent? Oh, I do. And yeah, if the authorities need those, yeah, unless I'd have to go look, make sure that they didn't get deleted. But yeah. But again, those receipts don't state what's in the package. They don't state what's in the package. It just proves that things were sent to Farrah. So I don't know, like, again, they were shown on live. And here's the other thing. Farrah makes posts with the products on her hands. She makes posts. That was all shown on live. Why are we acting like everything about this was private? Why are we acting like that? Why are you acting like everything about this was private? When pretty much everything I seen was shown, other than the actual receipts themselves for the shipments, was all shown on live. Okay. And realistically, if we let the authorities do their job, they're going to go to her local post office and they're going to pull the receipts from her transactions. Okay? Because if a card was used to pay for the shipping, they're going to pull all those receipts. What the fuck does that have anything to do with me? Like, I didn't buy any products from that lady. I didn't for the information, yes. Claiming that it was for legal purposes, yes. As far as the fraud thing, I don't really feel as so, because if this is true, then Farrah was not frauded. She was compliant. That means she was compliant in purchasing that stuff. Do you understand what I'm saying by that? That's not fraud. And okay, let's go with what Tech said. If it's a cry for help, which is fine, that's fine. But you purchasing illegal stuff through the US mail system, okay, and then wanting to cry for help, wanting to back out of it, is not fraud. You were compliant in that, ma'am. That is not fraud. You acknowledged through code, apparently, allegedly, what you were purchasing. And the second you made the first purchase, you are just as guilty. So I don't know where the confusion is. The fraud thing is completely separate from why I told OG go F yourself. They're two totally different things. Those are two totally different things. I'm not tossing people's information out for malice. I don't care. I don't need to do that. There's nothing about that's not going to resolve anything. That doesn't get to the facts, and you're not going to intimidate me, and you're not going to intimidate my family to try to push whatever this is you're trying to do, right? Just like accusing me of being behind some fake page. I've never had to say anything behind a fake page. Everybody that sat with me will tell you I don't need a fake page to tell you what I need to tell you. Okay. Don't think that by me being offline for 5 days is just me being compliant to and being isolated because of your BS. Okay. I have a life. I am not a full-time TikTok creator. I go sometimes months without getting on TikTok. Months. That's normal for me. Okay. And I don't care. Like Amanda K was saying last night, oh, you thought you were big in bed, and then look, should have just sat your ass down because now he done pushed you off the app. No, ma'am, I'm busy. I'm busy. I have stuff to worry about that has nothing to do with TikTok and these people that none of us really have never even met. You think I'm not gonna invest. I'm not gonna invest whole days bantering with people that at the end of the day aren't even who they say they are. These people aren't even who they say they are. It's the same people that claim to be advocates that do the exact opposite of what they're advocating for. Like, we got to make that make sense. You can't be an advocate for things, but you turn around and do the same things, trying to use it as malice to get people to comply with you and bow at your knees. If you think for any amount of time that I'm going to sit at your knees and do like what you've been doing to all these other females, like, you've got it all wrong. I don't know what you thought this was, but that's not what it's going to be. That's not what it's going to be. Okay? Just because you could be right about something doesn't mean that you're right about everything. And that's point blank, period. On everything. That's common sense. That's common sense, right? Let me prove it. Because the post you made saying that I'm implicated and I must have known and that I'm behind a fake page, you have no receipts of either one of those things. And you're projecting it as if it's truth. So that's where we have a problem. Do you see where that takes away from being a truth teller? Because you're not telling the truth. You're not telling the truth. And you will never be able to prove that fake page is me because it's not. And that's the beauty of it all. That's why I can confidently say you're not telling the truth. Because I'm not that page. I'm not that page at all. If that page could come in and get a box so we could hear the voice, even if you like, no, I don't even want to say use a voice changer. That would be awesome. Does anybody know the name of that page? What is the name of that page? What is the name of that page? Can somebody look at that post and tell me what the name of that page is? And if anybody knows them, can you send it to them and see if they'll come in and grab a box? I don't even know if they can get it. Don't you have to have like so many followers to get a box? Or did they change that? Did they change the how many followers you have to have? Do they have enough followers? The accused account, the one that I'm being accused of. It changed. What changed? You can box with with zero. Oh, you can box with zero. Okay, perfect. Oh, they won't need camera access. They won't need camera access. I'm being accused of that page. So if they could just box up and say like 2 words, just 2 words. is good for me. I don't know, Jalen. I'm having somebody go look at the recent post. The page is public accountability? That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. The page that is on his post, his latest post. No, it's not Spread Love. Spread Love is who helps them continue to spread people's personal information because we can't handle toe-to-toe TikTok banter. Contrary contradiction. Does anybody follow that page? Can somebody DM that page and have them come in here? I sent them a message. Okay, perfect. But yeah, I think that pretty much covers it. Somebody asked what my thoughts on what Megan did. I did explain that earlier. I'm not Megan. Right. Do I think that what she did was distasteful? I do. Right? Because at the end of the day, we can have people accuse us of all types of shit, right? But I feel, in my opinion, what she should have done was think about how it would make other people feel to act that out, satire or not, right? Because some of your own supporters and some of your own viewers might struggle with said things. And at some point, you have to realize that when you hit the live button and you have supporters and you have mods and you have all these things, that it's not just all about you. Yes, we are the creator. Yes, we are the ones that hit the live button. Yes, all of those things are very true. But you also have to think about how that's going to affect the people around you by doing that as well, by trying to prove a point to somebody who tries to use intimidation and isolation as a tactic to pull truth out of people for shit that at the end of the day really isn't his business either. Does that make sense? You're trying to prove a point to somebody over TikTok things. And what I also find interesting is that the same people, right? So Megan did what she did. Yes, I think that it's distasteful. I'm not Megan. I'm not inside Megan's brain to know why she did that, but I can say that I don't think she thought it ahead on how it would affect people that sit around her or how it could be triggering for them. But what I find interesting is that shortly after a panel was held to want to talk about all the horrible things that Megan did, and his people sat in a panel on some let's cry about it shit. One of them stating, well, we don't condone we don't condone what he does, but you're sitting in a panel crying about what Megan did. But when he was AIing a picture of me with rugs and alcohol holding an adoption certificate, you are the same people that were double tapping and sending populars, right? So it's the hypocrisy for me. It's the hypocrisy for me, and the fact that you guys actually see it as somebody advocating. Because it's not being presented. It's not being presented as actual awareness. Okay, it's being presented in harmful ways, which show that at the end of the day, said person does not care. Does not care. They don't actually care, right? Because you can't have both things. I've said it since day one. You can't have both things. You have both sides making fun of and implicating rugs and struggles and all of the things that go along with that. So you can't have it both ways. You can't drag somebody else for doing something that you yourself are doing. You cannot have that victim mentality. You can't do that. Which is why I said F you to OG. I do not stand by that. I don't care. I don't care how anybody else on that side feels about it. Their opinions on that don't matter to me. Okay? I don't do it. I refuse to do it. It's not fair to kids. It's not fair to innocent people that have nothing to do with it. But they don't view it that way because they go live and they do that exact same thing, but have the audacity to hold panels and talk about they don't condone the behavior, just like those people from over there that are in my DMs. Like, just saying, it's very hypocritical. It's very hypocritical. Most of the people from over there have been in boxes talking about they don't condone, they don't this, they don't that. But you double tap over there. You double tap and you gift, and it's the populars and it's the haha and the kiki. Snark, you're one of them. You're one of them. You held a live talking about this is all crazy and all we're doing is harming each other, and you basically everything that you said in that live, which is posted, is everything that they do over there. It's everything that you guys do over there. It's everything that you do over there. They don't condone it. They would not be in a box or in the comments or gifting. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. I agree. But they also shouldn't have to be terrified. They also shouldn't have to be terrified to be able to set that foot down and walk away and not think that there's going to have to be consequences, because that's how that side moves. You get berated. Literally. That's for women who aren't as strong, that's terrifying. And I'm sorry, but he knows exactly what the fuck he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. I know y'all don't like Ratina, but he also made pics of her foaming at the mouth. Didn't know that. Yeah, and that's Listen, I cannot fuck with you and tell you you're right, and I can fuck with you and tell you you're wrong. And Michelle, I'll say it, like, that's wrong. That's wrong. You cannot claim to advocate for something and now you want to get the laws involved and everybody is implicated and compliant, but you literally make it a joke out of people who potentially struggle. You want to protect her and tuck her in a little corner because, as we heard, oh, she came forward, right? If it's a cry for help. So it only matters when she's crying for help and it's a joke and it's funny and it's used as harmful bait if somebody else has needed help or hasn't had enough strength to ask for help, or for people that did get help and you're online using it as a tactic and you're triggering the ever loving F out of people. But it's a problem that Megan did it satire. It's not a problem that you use it as a manipulation and a scare tactic. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's that's not awareness. That's not standing on truth. That's not being a voice for the people. That's the complete opposite, right? Um just like Snark, right? If I've heard correctly, um she's got a family member who lives with disabilities, right? But tell me why, when my niece, who passed away from her disabilities, was being talked about, it's a ha ha moment for you. You ate that shit up and you all thought it was so funny when she was used literally as his bait. And it's weird to me because you also live that every day. You live it every day, but you thought when it was happening to somebody else, just because you don't like them, that it was funny and it was clickbait. It was double tappable. It was giftable, right? And then you go live barking, talking about you don't stand for any of that. You're tired. You want out of this side of the FYP, and all this stuff is doing is hurting people. You completely went against everything he did, and you did it loud and proud. You did it on TikTok Live. So it's only cute for you guys when it's banter. Do I have that right? It's only it only applies when it's banter that works in your favor for people's mental health to matter, or for their deceased to matter, or for innocent people's addresses to matter, or for DV victims to deserve privacy with their children. While projecting the facade of um standing up for what's right and truth telling. You get so mad that the only thing you can resort to is involving a bunch of innocent people as a fear tactic. And have the expectation that people are going to fall on their knees to that. And sadly, some have. Um, yeah, facts, Leslie. And a lot of people do, right? A lot of people, somebody who sits over there has a special needs family member. A lot of viewers have special needs family members or know somebody, right, that has special needs. It was done with the intention of completely breaking somebody down and making them fold and isolating them, destroying their mental health was the intention behind that. It didn't work. Okay? Because again, you know nothing about me. You know nothing about my family. You know nothing about what that little girl struggled with before she passed away. You know nothing. You know nothing. So, if it makes you feel better as a person to call her what did you call her? A pathetic little B word? If that's what gives you power in your day as a grown ass man, if that's what gives you power in the day, there's nothing I can do about that. There is absolutely nothing I can do about that. Okay? Because I'm not you. I am not responsible for you. Um, I'm not in your head. Okay? But I've never a day in my life taken TikTok banter and had to turn it into real life for any reason. Like what you're doing is just weird. It's honestly just weird. You're putting people in danger. Like innocent people, and you've done it to over 20 people. What you're doing is dangerous. It's harmful. It's not awareness. It's not being a voice for anybody. The making fun of drug addiction or alcohol, any of that. Like it's not. I don't know. Um, but that's for them to deal with, right? Um, because it all falls apart eventually. And like I said, I don't like I don't go live all the time. Sometimes I'm more active than I am at other times. Sometimes you won't see me for a couple of months, right? I don't make money on TikTok. And maybe that's why I don't do what they do on top of having a moral compass and standards. Because I don't make money from this shit. I don't need to do extra vile anything to anybody or be harmful like that to anybody for any reason on here. I don't make money on here. I don't cash out from here. Never been interested in that. Ever. Um so yeah, I don't know. If this OG and Farrah thing is true, then it stands. It stands. She actually wasn't frauded. She was purchasing illegal things, right? And it sounds like that's something that he took control over investigating. Excuse me. I don't fucking know anything about that, nor am I going to get involved in it. Um, I the only option I would have with that is to send them to the people that would know, right? If it's properly being investigated, then the proper people that would know would be all the parties involved, which would include him. Um, OG Farah and him. Those if you broke down the code and you figured all of this out, right? And Farah is guilty of that too. So maybe I will do that. Maybe I will hop down because my local PD is already aware. So um, I will print off these receipts for the shippings to Farah and run those down there real quick. I can do that because I do have still images of those. But other than that, I wasn't looking for no code. Code for that shit has nothing to do with people being frauded, right? and somebody's saying he's sitting back laughing that he was right. I mean, not really, because that's not fraud. They're different things. They're different things. They're totally different things. I mean, it would make OG incorrect and compliant with that shit as well. But we weren't fighting that allegation. What we were fighting was the fraud allegation. And those are two different things. Because at the end of the day, this wouldn't be fraud. This wouldn't be fraud. This would be FARA compliant in receiving illegal goods. So, but I can do that. I can, let me make sure that these didn't get deleted. If it's true, FARA is just as guilty as OG. I agree. I agree. Yeah, we can't pick and choose. We can't pick and choose just because we're trying to protect somebody and they're a viewer, right? You don't get to pick and choose, right? Because if it's a legal matter and that's what you're threatening, so technically, right, since I've already talked to local PD, and you're trying to implicate me in that, so now it's definitely going to be a legal matter. Because as I said, you don't want to leave me the fuck alone. So my result is doing it the legal way, which is why I have not, other than that Bolo post, which apparently had some form of ID, right? Apparently when you're a wanted felon, that's a problem. I haven't doxed anybody maliciously, and I refuse to. But FARA's not going to be innocent in that, especially not if you're accusing me. You dragged me into this, okay? You dragged me into this. You tossed my name on top of it. So as a result, I will print these receipts for this shipping once I can confirm that they were not deleted on the other end, because apparently that's an accusation as well. And I will get those to where they need to be. Okay, perfect. Yeah, they're here. Let me. Let me do this fucking fast before they disappear. Let me do this fast. Two, three. Be patient with me, y'all, so I can get this done. Shipping. 3. OG shipping 4. Shipping 5. And OG, respectfully, if this is true, and this gets investigated and this is true, OG shipping 7, you deserve to be held accountable. Because that's crazy. This is some of the craziest shit that I've ever heard. OG shipping 8. Like, truly, genuinely. And for me, especially, OG shipping 9. I've lost so many people. A lot of us have, right? So let me just not even include just myself in that. Because I know what it feels like. A lot of us, shipping 10. A lot of us have lost somebody. Shipping 11. To that same thing. And shipping 12. And I can't get down with that. Right? I know it's been posted as a flex in a dig about my mother, but even that, that's why I don't partake in those activities, because those activities completely destroyed my childhood. Completely and totally destroyed my childhood. So I don't get down with this shit. I don't get down with it at all. And to the full extent, when this is investigated, to the full extent, if this is true, I think all parties involved should be held accountable. I'm not going to implicate, I'm not going to say who may or may not be. I'm not the fucking detective that's going to investigate it, okay? But anybody involved, I think that they should be held fully accountable. But again, the hypocrisy. Just because you don't like me, and you want me at your feet, which will never fucking happen. You make fun of and make jokes out of the same shit you're trying to advocate for. The two things don't go hand in hand. They don't go hand in hand, right? You can't claim to stand for women and children in situations and shit that people struggle with, but you use it as a flex and as a dig and as an intimidation tactic. It doesn't work that way. It's not gonna work over here. Let me compress these and do one file. And bringing aware, like, you're not gonna accuse people but then have to protect your people at the same time, right? I don't know the full details, but if this is true, then Farah should have already went to law enforcement and own her part in this. Because with you implicating me in this, and my local PD is already involved, I am going to give them this, and I am going to have to give them her information with it. That's me doing my part, right? That's me doing if you're gonna accuse me, then I'm gonna do my part. Okay, I'm not gonna match this weird internet banter shit you guys got going on. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do my part the right way. And I'm not doing satire on this shit. There's nothing satire about it. There's not there's no satire about that. Okay, this shit's not a joke. People unalive about this stuff every single day. Every single day. Whether it be from the things they struggle with, from their mental health, and honestly, what it's giving to me is you guys are out, like, for somebody's life. Literally. So, I pray something gets done soon because you guys just don't seem to get it. You guys just don't seem to get it. Pain management for illness, not to make money. Yeah, no, facts. Facts. I totally agree. For people who actually need that, yeah, that, and this is why we have such a problem. This is why it ruins shit for good people, right? People who actually need it. If this is true, and from the sounds of it, it is being investigated, which is great. If this is true, then it's people like her that ruin it for the people who actually need it. And why people struggle to even get help, people that live in chronic pain. And that sucks. That's so sad. And on TikTok is fucking crazy. I don't know like what world we're living in. I don't know what world we're living in where people actually like band together and come up with a system to actually do this through the internet. Like I'm struggling with the fact that that's actually a real thing. I ain't never heard some shit like that until today. But I also don't partake in the activity, so why would I? Right? That shit terrifies me. Right? Again, it destroyed my entire childhood. I was literally tortured as a child. Tortured. Okay? While we think it's funny to like go put this and this and this on the internet, right? You actually posted somebody who tortured me as a child over that same thing that you're advocating for. Do you get it? All because you dislike me so bad over some shit that was claimed fraud that actually wasn't fraud. It was the purchasing of allegedly rugs. Okay? So you weren't completely right, but I wasn't completely wrong or right. And the same for you. That's equal playing field. And sadly, you still don't see it that way because it's been 5 days. I go work on a big job, so I don't have time for the internet. And I come back and you're still saying my name. You're still doxing me on a post to say my name to implicate me in some shit. And I haven't even been around. Like, do you get it yet? Do you get it? Do you get it yet? It was never that serious. Then I get screenshots of innocent people being put on a green screen. Most of them, I don't even know who they are. I don't even know whose information you're doxing. Like, but what I do know is the DV victim you doxed and her 3 children. I do know that. I do know that much. Yeah. As well as my girlfriend, who you've never even spoke to. She doesn't even get boxes. She's very quiet. She doesn't bother anybody. She doesn't harm anybody. She doesn't do anything to anybody. Like, doesn't matter if you stop talking about him. He will still speak anyway. Yeah, and I know that. But it's just the point. It's just the point, right? You can't want resolution but go about it in such a vile demonic way. That's exactly what it is. Like it's odd to me. There's no fruitfulness in that. Like, and to be so angry, like that's what it's giving. But you toss innocent people all in on out and around and through that. You also have tossed children into it, sir. We have to make that make sense. We have to make it make sense how you advocate, but you literally also advocate that you will pay people for people's information, including children. Like, are you out for life? Like, are you out for somebody's life? Is that, I mean, at this point I kind of just wish you'd say it, because that's what it's projecting. You're going to come across somebody who's not strong enough to understand what you're doing. And it's going to cost life. And you think that what you're wanted for now is that's not even going to be the icing on the cake. But why does it have to come to that? Why does it have to come to that? To the lady account, I haven't been active in 5 fucking days. Okay? I haven't been active in, I think it's been about 5 days. Nobody on this side's talked about anything. I haven't been active. I've been busy. Um, for yeah, if you guys see anybody that's in the chat that was gifting or anything during any of that shit, yeah, just block them. That shouldn't even be a question. Get them out. They aren't welcome here. Right? You don't need to hear me talk if you were laughing and kikiing while innocent mothers and children and all types of shit were posted and blasted and whatever. Okay? You don't. Go away. Adios. Ta-ta. Bye-bye. Um, People need to also understand that they're having expectations out of people that have absolutely nothing to lose. You cannot bring conflict resolution to people who are raging, that at the end of the day have absolutely nothing to lose. Nothing to lose. Those are honestly some of the most dangerous people. You won't win. You won't win against those people. But if you think I'm going to sit at your knees and say you won, that'll never happen, sir. No. That's never going to happen, because you didn't, right? Because at the end of the day, with this coming out, at the end of the day, neither one of us were right or wrong. We're both in the same position. Um, Wait, what? Um, but yeah, I wanted to let everybody know too. Like, my silence on here isn't isolation or compliance. I'm busy. I go through spurts. If I get really busy, I don't come on here. It's always been that way. I've been on this app almost 4 years. Sometimes you won't see me for a month. Okay. Sometimes, like, honest to God, sometimes there's been times where I haven't been on in 2 months because I get busy. I got shit going on, and I I don't owe TikTok anything. Okay, and at the point that it's real life, If I have something I need to prove or I have something I need to say, it's going to the police department at this point. I can just put it that way. All of it. Every single piece of it. And so now today this as well, including these receipts. And the 3 people, right? I have to clear up that I'm being accused of something, so that's what I'm gonna go do. Give them this post, clear that up, give them these receipts, and let them know the 3 names of the parties that would potentially be involved. Because I don't have anything to hide. At all. I don't even know what the fuck the code. I don't I don't know what any of that is or means. Me covering fraud has absolutely nothing to do with what he uncovered. And honestly, if he uncovers this, like, good for him, as it should be, because that's crazy. And that shit, just like the other activities, that shit will take a life too, and I'm not okay with that. I am not okay with that. Not okay with that at all. So did did they express if authorities had been informed yet? Just so I can give my PD an understanding of, like, maybe who to contact. I do know where OG is from, so I could probably just put them in touch with that PD. Okay, he did. Okay. No, that's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. That works. Because if my PD gets a hold of that PD, then obviously they can give them the rundown. And if they need these receipts, I'm more than happy to give them, because that's, as far as what would be connected to that, I'd have to read through the still image text that I have, which isn't a ton of them, right? A lot of stuff was showed to be on screen, but I didn't record that. And I made that clear, I didn't record. But I'll read through this, and if anything that I have matches up with that, I'll include that as well. And that's the best I can do. As far as the other shit, like I said, I don't know OG. I don't know most of them. They all sat with her the longest. They all sat with her. I don't. Other than this fraud thing, other than the fraud thing, um, the rest is up to detectives to figure out. There's no proof of anything. Yeah, I mean, even if you have enough to speculate, as long as they, as long as he called the authorities to have it investigated, then that's what they'll do, right? That it's their job. It's their job to do so, especially something of that magnitude. And if these receipts that I have can either confirm or deny what I mean, I don't know. I'm not an investigator, right? I'm not an investigator. Plain and simple. The best I can do is give to the authorities what I have, and give the information of the people that would know or that are TikTok investigating, which would be FM, Farah, and then obviously OG is the accused. So that, I mean, at the end of the day, that's the best that I can do on my end. And no, the satire trying to combat the allegations is, in my opinion, from me, it's distasteful. Why not just go to your local PD and say, "Yo, I'm being accused of this. This is what I have. Like, here you go." and instead hit the live button and harm people. Like, yes, people understand that you are, it was a clapback, right? I get that, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt the innocent people. It's the same shit I talk about. Innocent people are getting tossed in and out of it. And it's not the first time. It's not the first time. We've heard plenty of people talk about it. The comment that said what was done about Ratina, you know, that doesn't make any sense. You're not advocating. You're harming. It's harmful. And sadly, I don't think they care, because at the end of the day, it's banter for them. It's banter. I've never been interested in bantering on those levels. I can banter with the truth all day long, but I'm not going to go do that to people, especially not when you have kids in your houses. That's the craziest fucking shit I've ever heard. And Megan and her hubby, they had nothing to do with any of it. Yeah, and I get it, Nelly. But again, the man has a pattern, okay? There is a pattern of what happens when things are questioned. Okay? There's a lot of innocent people that get tossed in and out of it. That's nothing new. I tried to mediate that between him and somebody else not long ago with the innocent people not being strays. It's a pattern. This is nothing new. We can't pretend like we didn't know or don't know. I'm not pretending like I didn't know. But people aren't seeing past the facade. Or the same people that sit over there and gift and ha ha, because it's not them on the chopping block, right? You're gifting, you're all in and out of the comments. Trust me, we have it all. You're in, out of the comments, but then when somebody does something you don't like, you go live and somehow you're a victim. Uh so I mean, there's that. Like um you can't support it just because it's somebody you don't like and you think it's funny that their mental potentially is getting completely destroyed. Now, I'm not talking about me, not talking about my girlfriend. I'm not talking about all the innocent people that got doxxed, including children and DV victims and a disabled child that was talked to. I'm not even talking about me. This is a pattern, okay? There's been plenty. And all of those same people thought it was funny as like a silencing tactic, but they want to find problems in everything else. They sit with the very thing they're advocating against. And we're supposed to take them serious? That's supposed to destroy my day? Or am I busy in real life sitting back and like, yeah, this, I mean, you can't bring truth to hypocrites. There's no truth. There's no truth to hypocrisy. There's no standard. If you're going to advocate for something and you're going to toss innocent people into it and create a victim out of it, all credibility out the window. I ain't taking that serious, nor am I bantering with it. Like, I don't have that kind of TikTok time. I don't have that kind of TikTok time. I really, really don't. They are the very thing they're advocating against. Yes, that's a beautiful comment. And you can't argue with that. Like, you can't argue with those type of people. They only see it the way they want to. It's just like Snark's Live. Somebody could repost that Snark Live and the title could literally be Snark turns on FM. That could literally be the title. And then when you read that and then you listen to the live, it would fit. It would, like a puzzle. They are the exact same thing that they advocate against. It's the craziest thing that I've ever seen. No, I take that back. It's not the craziest thing I've ever seen because I see it a lot on this app. Right? How did we go from proving somebody didn't get frauded, which now it's appearing that she didn't, that she was compliant. There was just more things involved, right? To all of this. And a ton of innocent people in the crossfire from that end. Like you get mad, like getting mad and just completely crashing out, and you'll take anybody with you. That's not advocating. That is not advocating. I was busy for 5 days, barely knew what was going on, and you're still doxing me. Like, and all I know is my innocent neighbor better get a lot of Christmas cards next year. Cause like, thanks OG for screwing people over. That's damn cute. Yeah, facts. Yeah, I can't sit here and say that she's not a manipulator because that's exactly what she did. Her intentions were very ill. Not the fraudulent part. That's the part that I covered. The sneakiness and making something seem like something it wasn't to do harm onto others, that's what I had a problem with. That's where I set my foot down. That's when I said, I don't stand by that. I do not stand by that. They're two totally different things. Okay, so before anybody's like, oh, ha ha ha, he told you so. No, he didn't. No, he did not. Because at the end of the day, it's not, if what he's saying is true, it's not fraud. Purchases were legit. She just wasn't being honest about what they were about. Okay? We really need to make that part clear. Because my interaction, what happened with me and her to make me say F her, had nothing to do with what they all had going on. It had everything to do with something that she did directly to me. And she was dishonest. And then when questioned, lied to me again. I don't tolerate that shit. Everybody knows that. There was never a reason for you to lie to me. Point blank, period. Okay? And then you can't cover the dishonesty and the lie with a lie. See right through that shit. You can't get that past me. So, I stand all 10 on that. I stand all 10 on that. I made that decision for me because of what she did, and it had absolutely nothing to do with what they were covering. Because honestly, most of it I haven't even watched. I haven't had time. You're busy doxing me and accusing me of shit, but I haven't had time to be around. So, and this new shit, like I said, that doesn't have anything to do with me. I'm gonna do what I need to do on my end. Take this stuff down to the detective. Show him the post. Let him know what's going on behind that. And give him the names. That's the best I can do, right? That's the right thing to do. I'm not gonna sit on TikTok and banter with people about it. Okay? There ain't nobody on here that I'm aware of that anybody sits with that's an actual legal detective that's worried about actually bringing justice to anything. So if you think I'm going to sit on live and TikTok banter and banter with every single post you make. I'm not. It's going straight to the authorities where it belongs. That's where it belongs. All this extra TikTok shit, all you're doing is making it worse, to be honest. I don't know what receipts I'm being accused of having, but what I do have, it's going to go straight to them. So it doesn't matter what you're fucking accusing me of, right? At the end of the day. Not a single thing that you were accusing me of matters on TikTok at the end of the day, because the appropriate parties that investigate are the detectives, and that's who's going to get all of this. So if you think that you're going to try and intimidate or keep doing what you're doing that they've watched all of to try to get me to go on TikTok live and show receipts, it's never going to happen, because the second it drops in their hands, that it's with the appropriate parties. I don't need to sit on TikTok and prove anything to anybody. Right? I don't need to sit on TikTok and be satire with accusations. I don't need to sit on TikTok and do a goddamn thing, which is why I haven't been active in 5 days, because I am a busy human. Busy being a good, productive, bill-paying member of society. Okay? Like, you're accusing somebody of being behind a rug ring. TikTok can't solve your case, and neither can the Paw Patrol. Like, we're not involved in OG's extracurricular activities. Right? That's the beauty of law enforcement. The real detectives, the real investigators, is I just go hand them what I have and give them all your names. I'm going to have to give them Farrah's name. They already have one name. Right? Shit's on and popping. And then I'm going to have to give them the other name, because whose name is behind these receipts? Well, here you go. Right? I'm not an investigator. I don't get paid to even be a TikTok investigator. I don't get paid to show receipts of anything. I don't get paid to do any of that. So I'm just going to do the right thing. Okay? All the weird dry accusations, I don't care about those either. There will never be any proof that I'm behind that fake page, because I'm not. I'm not going to sit here and argue with people and do all that extra shit to prove about a page that's not me. I don't give a fuck about any of that. I don't have time. I do not have time. Okay? I owe nobody nothing. And at the end of the day, the moral of the story is if this is true, Farrah was in fact not frauded. She was part of something. She was compliant in something much bigger. And all parties will be held accountable. We don't get to hide people just because they come forward. You don't get to do that. You don't get to accuse me of being behind something or having knowledge of something like that and think I'm just going to stay at home and sit on it. So I really hope you did call the authorities. I hope you did, because if you didn't, they're about to know either way. Because I'm not about to be in the middle and a part of your accusations. It's all going to get handled legally, okay? So I hope you did, because if you didn't, it's about to bust wide open. You should have thought about that before you accused me. And like I said, if you actually did, good for you. I do applaud you for that, because the shit's not a joke. And I'm here to let you know that what they need on my end, they will have today. They absolutely will have today. I have to go downtown. What time is it? I have to go downtown at 3:00 anyway. and I'll drop it off then. So if you need any follow up or whatever department, the department that's closest to the one accused, I'm sure that that's where the communication will be between. So if you have questions, you can call that department. Okay. I'm not gonna at any point sit on TikTok. Once I drop this off, I'm not gonna sit on TikTok and answer your questions. If the whole rug thing is true, now we know why Farrah went to FM about this instead of the cops. I mean, a lot of it makes sense. It makes sense, right? And the amounts of money, because that was a lot of people's biggest question. And honestly, one of the questions that wasn't answered was the amounts of money. How was the amounts of money agreed upon? But if that's true, then that would make sense why that was never answered, because it was part of something much larger. It was part of something much larger. And will be investigated. According to them, they already called, so which I'm down for. I agree, and I'll give what I have, no problem. I got no issue with that at all. No issue with that at all. None whatsoever. Right, but they are such liars. I mean, yeah, the way it gets presented is it's questionable, right? Just in that post alone, I was accused, right? And it was posted as a fact, not a speculation. It was posted as a fact. So I see where you're coming up with that conclusion, and I can't argue it, right? I can't argue it. What is worse is how many mothers sit in there while they do this to women and kids. It's facts. But at the end of the day, what can you do? Right? What can you do? Because those people are responsible for themselves. You know? It's like SJ. That's interesting because you've been in my inbox. You know? And to me what that gives is just scared. I don't know what else it would be. Because when I talked about proving that the email was actually a legit business email and your response is LOL, it's giving that you recognize things are off, but you still are compliant. But I can't control these people. I have no interest in trying to. I'm not going to sit on the internet with somebody extremely dangerous, okay, and try to convince any of those grown ass women what's right and what's wrong. Like, I feel like you should hit a certain point of maturity and in life to fully get a grasp of what's right and what's wrong, what's hypocritical and what's not, where you draw a limit and where you don't, when you feel like satire is appropriate and when you don't, when you start thinking about other people. Like, I can't force that out of people. I cannot force that out of people. I can't. You can't force people to see anything, just like you can't actually, this whole character assassination and like canceling culture thing, like that side proves that no matter what people do, people are still going to like and support them. And we have to accept that, right? We just have to choose to either sit around or remove ourselves from the situation. And that's just point blank. right? It's the same shit for people who do racist stuff and they still have a support system. Amanda K is one of them. I heard the clip of her, and I'm sure pretty much everybody has. But she still has supporters. She still has people, and some of them are the very same people that say that they advocate and they don't stand next to it. Do you see what I'm saying? It goes. There's thousands and thousands of creators on this app. People are going to pick and choose all day long, and that's okay. We have to accept that. It's just what it is. It's people. Everybody's different. You're going to exhaust yourself and destroy your own mental health trying to convince people of all of this stuff. Nobody should ever have time for that. Don't ever sacrifice your mental health for an app and a bunch of people that you just actually don't even really know. You don't know these people. You don't know their intentions. You don't know why they're doing what they're doing. You don't know what they have to lose or what they don't have to lose. And the ones that you know for a fact don't have anything to lose, and they act like the way that they do, that should be telling to all of you. Look at the people that you know for a fact have nothing to lose, how they act. Okay? And follow that same thing all across the app, because I can promise you that everybody else acting like that too also have nothing to lose. And people that have nothing to lose are some of the worst, most dangerous people. Why wouldn't they be? What do they have to lose? What do they have to lose? They have nothing to lose. Let that sink in. Misery loves company. I mean, we've been taught this at since such a young age. Misery loves company. The worst kind are people that have nothing to lose. I mean, I feel like these are common sense things, right? If they have nothing, they don't want you to have anything either. In most cases. I can't say that for everybody, because some people that have nothing are actually good people, and for whatever unfortunate circumstances, they're trying to climb their way out of the bottom. And while doing that, you know, they still find it within themselves to still be the best person they could possibly be. Right? But some of them are vile. Some of them are vile. Some of them, it's their own shitty behavior and victimizing people that put them in the place to not have anything to lose. And it's those ones. It's those ones. But that's not my problem. I don't have time to, I don't have time for any of that. I don't have time for any of that. And again, I'm not a full-time TikTok creator, right? You're not, like, don't ever expect me, when you see some shit going on about me, don't ever expect that I'm gonna hit live and banter like that. It's not gonna happen. I'm not going to banter with them. It's not going to happen. I got no interest. None. Even if I was paid to, I still have no interest. We are not the same. We do not operate the same. I cannot go back and forth with people who do things that I don't do, that I don't stand by. I have no interest. None. So please don't have that expectation, right? I'm 100% certain that the doxing is not over. I am 100% certain that all the innocent people, just because they're mad and got the panties in a bunch, it's not over, right? But I'm just not going to banter it. I'm not going to combat it. I hand the shit over to where it belongs. Yeah. And I keep moving forward with my day and making sure that I'm doing everything I need to do. Okay? Some people wake up and TikTok is all they do. All day, every single day. All day, every single day. They have no idea how to set it down. They have no idea how to keep their mouth shut. This is fun to them. This is entertaining to them. What the other side's doing, all of that. And they can't wait to wake up every day and not set their phone down all day, every day. Co-sign, facilitate, be compliant with all of that shit. Okay? I am not one of those people. I am not one of those people. Okay? Very much in tune with what I got going on in real life. Instilling fear in women, just trying to have so much control. You call the shots. Badgering people, intimidation, creating more victims by tossing innocent people around. Those are all signs of things. Okay? I want no parts. They're going to have to figure it out on their own. You cannot force anybody to do anything, right? You can lead horses to water, but you cannot make them drink. And unfortunately, they won't see it until it's them. As a goat, thank you, MJ, for hurting us without putting fear in us. Yeah, no, period. It's important. It's really important. Your people should be able to disagree with you. They absolutely should be able to disagree with you. They should be able to tell you when you're wrong. To try to help guide you to be better or do better, right? I've learned a lot from a lot of people on this app. Because no matter how old you are, you never stop learning. You can never stop learning how to be just better as a person, right? And it's important that everybody does that. It's very important that everybody does that. Because when you're dealing with good people, that's what's going to be important at the end of the day. That's what's going to be important at the end of every day. Right? Because otherwise you're just going to harbor guilt for the things that you've literally put innocent people through. Yeah. The goal of isolation and all these things that you're trying to do, you're literally going to take somebody's life. Literally. Exactly what happened to Rizzy on this app is exactly what you do. And you cannot say otherwise. What you do to people with the character assassination and all this other shit, you are doing the exact same thing, just in a different manner and form. And I don't know if you know or not, but that's being investigated. TikTok is on the map for that. They have heard and are willing to hear all cases and examples. Like, and some of the ones co-signing are the same ones that ran around the app playing victim. It bothered you so much when the record crew chased you around everywhere you went. And I don't blame you, because I agree. Because they did, and I watched it. But you cannot be a victim when you sit with somebody who does the exact same thing to other people. It can't just be victim when it applies to you if the same action is being done to other people. I don't know why this is a concept that we just can't seem to pick up out of the sand. Okay? Um, it's scary to me for everyone else, knowing that, like, you're out for life. Like, that's what your goal is. That's what your goal is. This weird botched version of awareness and truth and fact that you call it. That's what you're out for. And it's odd to me why you would want that, while projecting that everyone else should mind their own business, but you have everybody else's business on the plate except your own. The same applies for you, because everything that you cover actually isn't your business, right? So I'm just like, I'm praying for everybody's mental health that has dealt with this, um isn't as strong to know how to handle it properly. And I encourage that, if it's taking a toll on you, even if you're a viewer, to just log off. It's okay. It is okay to log off and not pay attention. It's perfectly okay. I've been on the chopping block. Like I said, I think it was, I left 5 days, 6 days ago. So it's been like 4 or 5 days. Um, so I don't even know every single thing. I know enough to know what's been blasted all over the internet. Um, but it's okay to log off. It very much is. It's okay to log off. It's okay to not pay attention. I actually highly recommend it. I really highly recommend it. Yeah. Yep. If you think that I'm on the back end, let me make this so clear. If you think that I'm on the back end paying attention to every single live and every single post and every single this and everything, I can promise you I am not. I am not. I'm not. I don't have time. I don't have time to banter and combat and I just don't have time. Even if I had time, I'm not interested. Even if I had time, I'm not interested. I am willing to sacrifice myself in silence while taking care of things on the back end versus sit on live and banter like everybody else has. And I shouldn't say everybody else, like some of the other people that this has happened to have, because I know that some did not banter and got it really bad as well. So, yeah, I don't need to combat it. I don't need to be satire. I don't need to be any of those things, right? I worked really hard to get where I'm at today. And I think it's safe to say, like, it shows. It would be a dishonor to myself to allow a bunch of people that know nothing about me to have an opinion on what they think is going on in my life, or who I am as a person, or what I've been through, or any of that thing. Like, and I don't owe that explanation, right? I don't need to explain that to anybody, right? They aren't deciding what I'm having for dinner tonight. They don't pay my bills, right? They don't put gas in my car. They don't do any of those things. And I think that's why a lot of them get mentally drained so bad. Like, wholeheartedly, because they worry so much about what other people think. They want to combat every single thing to try to prove a point on what these people are saying, with the lies and the accusations, that it drains them. The back and forth drains them. You will not get that out of me. Like, every time you accuse me of something, I'm going to go give it to the in real life appropriate party. The last thing I'm going to do and through all of those things is hit the live button and do what everybody else has done. Okay? This morning's accusations, it's going right to the detective at my department. Simple. All solved. Right? What happens from there isn't my business because I'm not involved. Right? Point blank, period. And then I move on with my day. Right? I got some shit to handle downtown. I might try to ice fish a little bit today. I do have to decide what's for dinner today. Thought about going to watch a movie today. Haven't been to a theater in a while. I don't know. Like, we're just living life, right? We're just living life. That's it. Honest question. How do you get to a point you don't care what others think? I still struggle. At the end of the day, what others think, is that your truth? Right? What others think about you is not your actual truth. Right? So they like to do like this balding thing, right? Like, to them it's like a ha 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 ha. Like, I know I'm balding. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, who cares? Okay? They're not the one that has to walk around as me. Okay? Like, I don't care. You're gonna have to talk or tell me something like that I didn't know. Like, you got that tea from somewhere else. Like, who cares? Like, as grown people, if that's the biggest flex and dig that you could try to give on somebody, is like, oh, MJ's balding. Like, who gives a fuck? Who cares? Yes. Yes, I do. Um you just have to put yourself at a point where and understand that most of these people saying shit about you don't actually know you. Like, they don't know you. They don't know you. They know nothing about you. They didn't live in your life. They didn't live in your shoes. They didn't have to survive your childhood. They didn't have to do any of these things. They didn't have to do any of these things. Like, where am I or you gonna benefit? Where are we gonna benefit from taking something that somebody else says about our life so serious that it's going to affect our day? People trying to use things about you to diminish you on the inside or degrade you or shame you, right? As long as you're not showing that you're actually those things, as long as they are dry digs, though, like, that's a class act bully. Like, that's what that is. If they want to discredit you to make themselves look better, then that's exactly what that is. Now, if they call it, like, if you're doing something and they call out the action for what it is, then that's a little bit different, right? Which is why I said F you to OG. You cannot sit around this bitch and cry that you're a victim of anything, right? And what just, oh, they're bullying and harassing me and this and that, but you're literally willing to turn around and dox people with children in their home. I cannot get down with that. I cannot get down with that. I will never get down with that. I do not care. Point blank, period. And she was cut off instantly because of it. I don't have time for that shit. Okay? You are no different than them, ma'am. And then you wanted to toss a lie on top of a lie. I don't buy that. Don't care. Don't have time. Okay? We were born on a day, but it wasn't yesterday. Point blank, period. Okay? And that's just the way it is. But again, that situation of why I cut her off is totally different than the fraud thing. Those are two totally different things. And respectfully, I have to say it again. At the end of the day, we still can't say that she frauded Farrah, because if Farrah is compliant in this bigger thing that he has uncovered, if it's not alleged and it's actually true, then again, she was not frauded, and I was not wrong in that. Just because you uncover that it's something bigger and now we want to tuck her away and hide her, that does not mean that it still stands as fraud. Point blank, period. And if you're just finding this out, then everybody else that had no idea is just finding out right along with you. So that makes us on the same page, dealing with the same backlash. Point blank, period. There's no other way around it. And if you say any different, then that means that you knew a long time ago and you just didn't say anything. And I don't think that's the case. So, just saying. Just saying. And super distasteful of Farrah to let all of that shit unfold and not tell the truth right away. If what is being said is not alleged, she knew what she was compliant in the whole time and let other narratives run while she held on to this. So I don't think that tucking her into the corner and protecting her by any means is going to help. She should be held just as accountable. And in the eyes of the law, she will be held just as accountable. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. And furthermore, anybody that was involved in that, should be held accountable, and I hope that they are. But leave that to the authorities. Let them do their job. Y'all got too much damn time. And definitely stop with the victim card shit. You got to stop with that. Y'all got to stop with that. You can't be compliant in creating victims while crying that you are one. Stop that. That's distasteful. People are seeing that for exactly what it is. Stop it. Extremely, extremely distasteful, hypocritical. It's weird. It's very weird because a lot of you have been saying just that, especially after Megan did what she did. You guys are compliant and doing the same exact things, just in a different form. So stop it. Stop it. Okay? Stop it. Thank you, Cole. Don't expect me to go live and banter all this shit. I don't have time. It's a busy season for me right now. I don't have time. I'm not interested. I'm well aware of a lot of what's going on, but even like you don't even have to send me stuff. Okay? Because I'm not entertaining it. If it's a serious accusation on me, I want it. I need it. Okay? Clips, posts, okay? Because I need to get it to the appropriate parties. If there are accusations on me, I need those. As far as all the other weird shit that's going on, I don't care. I'm not watching. I'm not interested. I will not be bantering it. I won't be live every day. I can't go live every day. I don't have time right now. I do not have time right now to go live every day and combat this shit. Okay? I am not going to run my real life ragged and be tired and be less productive in what matters to me to try to entertain and combat all of the weird shit being said about me. So if it's not a serious allegation, the fake page shit, I don't care about. They can't prove it because I'm not behind a fake page. If I don't have time to be on here talking to my people or address you directly, I definitely don't have time to be hiding behind a fake page. I'm not a hider, point blank, period. And as mad as they can be at me, the people that I used to sit with will tell you the same thing. I do not have time for fake pages. So there's that. I don't care what you believe beyond that. I don't care what you believe beyond that. I'm not interested in proving whether or not you believe what you believed, or if what you were told you believed, that they said, that she said, that he said, and the third cousin said that you should have believed what the fourth person said, and I don't know none of them. I don't care. Not interested. Not bowing at anybody's feet, not bowing at anybody's knees. I don't care. The facts are the facts. That's it. That's all. And that's where I stand on it. My people won't be entertaining it. They're in the same boat. Everybody's like busy. Everybody's already moved on. We're trying to figure out how it went from like fraud to like all the extra shit. If we don't know, we're not interested in trying to dismantle it or figure it out. Beyond the fraud, it's not our business. But please know that everything you accuse me of, it's going to the appropriate parties, and everybody's name that's involved will be included in that. Cole! Thank you. That was really pretty. Thank you, Cole. Most people don't even care. Beyond the fraud thing, they stopped caring. Everybody stopped caring. Okay? I barely have time to be sitting with my people on the back end because I'm busy. And that's like, it's just a fact. It's just a fact. Maybe that upsets people. Maybe that triggers people to want to go harder. I don't know. I don't care. It's not for me to figure out. That's why I have authorities involved. I don't have time to sort it out and figure it out. I don't. I don't have time. But they will. Because that's their job. So like I said, all the extra weird shit, I know a lot of people have been DMing me as this has been going on. I'm so sorry that I haven't read anything. I have no intentions of reading it. And I'm going to be completely transparent because unlike a lot of people on here, I have no interest in bantering all of this shit, and I don't need to know every single thing that's going on. Unless it is an accusation of something very serious or a direct threat or the doxing, just miss me with it. I don't care. And even if it's screenshots or whatever, please do not expect that I DM you back or talk about it, because I will not be. I am simply taking the screenshots and taking the clips, and I am handing them to the appropriate parties. And that's it. That's where it lies. I'm not interested in, I don't have time in having conversations with everybody that's in my inbox about it right now. I just don't. I do not. To the people from over there that are in my inbox, my recommendation to you is that if what you're saying is true, just delete the app. You're going to have to delete the app and let time pass. Okay? But if you're in my inbox and you're going to continue to be active over there while double tapping and claiming to be compliant and co-signing everything that's happened, but you're everywhere else saying that you're not, get that together really soon. Get that together really soon. Okay? Because you can't have it both ways. That's fake and twisted. You're showing that you're compliant, but you're saying on the back end that you're not. You can't, it doesn't work both ways. You're sitting up over there trying to give me a play-by-play. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in the play-by-play. I'm not interested in the antics. I will not be entertaining the antics. I don't have time. To everybody who has given receipts on the accusations and the things that matter, I appreciate you. Keep them rolling. But all the weird dumb shit or the intimidation to try to get me to clap back or banter, it's not happening. It's not happening. I am not making myself exhausted trying to combat people who I ain't never met in my life and will never meet ever. As far as OG, if this is true, if it's true, I hope you are held accountable. If it's not true, I hope everybody doing the accusations are held accountable. Right? Because it could go both ways. If it's true, the appropriate parties are held accountable. If it's not true and all this slander and defamation has been going on, then that's a whole nother party that gets held accountable. So either way, somebody's going to be held accountable, right? But that's not my business. I will drop these receipts off at 3 to the appropriate parties. Give the names that are needed and let them do their job. So if you just said that you called authorities and you didn't, there's nothing I can do about that at that point because you tossed me into it. You accused me of something. So there's that. Wasn't it said that you had warrants? I mean, if it was said, then clearly they don't know me. Oh, are you talking about the chick that he doxed from, was it Missouri? Are you talking about the chick that he doxed from Missouri just because she has the same exact name as I do? Well, first and last that I'm aware. I ain't never been to Missouri a day in my life. It's interesting, huh? Isn't that interesting? So you posted 3 of my old addresses, but even all the other ones that you posted, Not a single one of those was Missouri. But yeah, apparently I'm so Amanda Johnson from Missouri that has, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not going to combat all that extra shit. I'm not. Let them do what they need to do. You know, they're going to do whatever they need to do anyway, right? My shit's been tossed around. My girlfriend's shit's been tossed around for 5 days while we have said nothing. So, the silence isn't like the, I don't know what you want to call it. They're gonna do what they want to do anyway, right? They're gonna do what they want to do anyway. There's nothing you can do about it. This is what they do. You just have to handle it a different way. I've been telling everybody that you just have to handle it a different way. You have to let appropriate parties know and let them handle it. Let them do their job, and that's it. That is it. But yeah, to clear that up, I've never been to Missouri. Not even on vacation. Um, don't know. And if it was me, I mean, I've been downtown a few times here in the past few days, so I definitely would have been held accountable, right? Because the one thing that I don't have to do is run from the police station. I know that's right. I'm gonna be down there at around 3. So, was down there a couple of days last week. They obviously know my name, right? They just run, they run my shit. So it's not. I mean, we gotta use critical thinking. All right, we gotta use critical. Do you go downtown in that 1500? I'm screaming. You better leave my uncle's paint truck alone. All right. For sure, when Williams gets involved. Oh, God. Fuck. I don't know. I don't know. Listen, I don't know how I was born very unbothered. I don't know. It can be both a curse and a blessing. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. Listen, we just put some miles on that truck. Okay? We just put some miles on the truck. Been busy little bees. Okay? Busy. Busy. Getting her done. Back at it on Monday. I'm gonna be gone for a little bit. Busy. Got things to do. Got things to do. Productivity. Productivity. Man, my shoulder hurts. Too much productivity. I'm gonna be alright. I'm gonna be alright. I don't want to be a bee. Can I be a raccoon? Listen, anybody can be whatever they want to be. And that is facts. That is facts. Um Yeah, like I said, I know a lot of people are DMing me. A lot of it I see is just like trying, like the conversations. I'm not interested in those right now. It's too deep for just conversation. So like I said, just any doxing, any accusations, that stuff, still clips, still images. Just send me the receipts. That's it. I'm not having conversations with everybody about this shit. I'm really not. I don't have time. Okay? I would be having conversations with at least 15 people. I don't have time to tell 15 people what the fuck's going on, nor am I going to. Send me still image receipts. Leave it at that. Please respect the fact that I am absolutely being blown up, but I have no interest in entertaining all of these conversations. I don't. And it's no offense against you. It's no offense against you as an individual or not. Just receipts. That's it. That's all I'm interested right now. I'm too busy. I got too much going on. Okay? A recap. Well, I'm sure one of them is recording and it'll be on YouTube. Right? Drama Talk, or who's the other one that posts? The one that held the We're Victims panel, even though we comply with creating them panel the other day. I don't remember what her name is. But anyway. Yeah, you're just trolling. I know. I trolled you back. Cancel me. Cancel me. At this point, just cancel me. It's all gonna be good, guys. Everything's fine. I really wish people would just learn to just back away, though. Like you don't have to watch everything that goes down. I think a lot of you could agree, and you don't even realize how much, even as viewers, it drains you. Right? Same thing with these creators that claim to care about their people, and this goes all across the board. It happens all the time on the app. They claim to care about their people, but they keep them involved in shit that's just completely mentally draining. And these people seem to think that they need to follow everything or be involved in every single thing or watch every single live. But even as a viewer who doesn't participate, right? You don't really comment, you don't get in boxes. Like it's mentally draining for you too to watch this, right? Especially if you're a good person, to watch innocent people get caught in the crossfire of things, or to even watch the actions, right? Because you're sitting there and you're watching it and you're like, how could people do this, right? And then if you're an empath, you start feeling bad for the people that it's happening to. All across the board. We've seen it happen on multiple platforms. And it takes a toll on you. It does. I know it does. Because I hear testimony all the time. Don't be afraid to not watch. Don't be afraid to not watch. You don't need to watch it for me, right? If you're a regular viewer over here, you don't need to watch it for me. Okay? You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. You do not at any point need to do that. And if it's too much for you, it's okay to not watch. It is okay to not watch. It's okay to not know everything that's going on at all times. It's okay to do that. Okay? Your mental health and your real life should always come first. Always. Stop thinking that you have an obligation to be anywhere or do anything or keep listening to the same things that are draining you guys. You don't have to do that. You can log off and not participate at any given point in time that you need to. Recap what live from last night? I didn't watch no live from last night. The only thing I recapped was an accusation that's on a post about me. I haven't been watching. Okay. I'm not gonna watch that shit. Not gonna watch it. Not gonna replay it. I am not reprojecting that shit through my platform just to affect everybody all over again. I'm not doing that. I don't need to do that. What do I have to prove to these people? Okay. The accusations flying around are real life accusations. So like I said, the appropriate parties that need them are the real life people that are not TikTok investigators, but the actual investigators. Normalize not having to explain yourself on everything to the internet. Okay? Like I said, I haven't been live in what? Is it 5 days, guys? Is it 5 days? 4 days? 4 days at least. Maybe 5. I don't know. I was busy. I don't know. Like, was busy driving around that paint truck. Okay? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I think I went live Sunday. Yeah, it could have been Sunday. Probably was Sunday. It's posted on YouTube. It was HM's live. They mentioned you. I don't care. I told them 2 weeks ago. That doesn't get any more of my attention. None. Because in my honest, humble opinion, they facilitate the shit. They love the beef. They keep things going over and over and over. And that's why I don't know what was said last night, but that's why I said I'm not giving that any more attention. Right? Because there's no conflict resolution for people that just keep facilitating the same fucking revolving door. I have no interest in that. You recycle drama. I have no interest in that. I'm not recycling shit besides my newspapers. Okay? Point blank period. Right? So no, I'm not even going to watch that live. I'm not going to project that live through my live platform. I'm not going to do any of that. What they have going on isn't any of my business. And if they're still talking about me or beefing, it's one-sided because I haven't paid attention, nor will I. Nor will I. Heavy on that sentence. Okay? Newspapers are very expensive. You are not kidding. And honestly, for the price, it's not even worth the ads you get. For real. Or the coupons. It's not even one-sided beef, it's one-sided lettuce at this point. I'm crying. Oh. Is that in regards to like word salad? You know damn well you're going to watch it when you get off. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And if you think I am, then you must not know me very well. You also need to learn that what you don't know won't hurt you, or what you don't know, you even more so feel the not need to address it. And point blank period. So no, I won't be. I won't be. Nope. Will not be. I will not be. I'm gonna wash my booty and head downtown, right? With these new allegations. So I mean, they're keeping me busy, but just not in the ways that they think that they want to keep me busy. It's simple. It's very simple. But luckily it's quick and easy because now I have myself in a position where they know what they need to know, and so I drop it off and then they do what they need to do. Point blank period. I can head to the bait shop, buy some new tackle, go hit up the river if I want to. Listen, Tammy's at the spa. Tammy's at the spa. Tammy had enough of this shit. Tammy's at the spa. And then she said she's probably going to go to the hair salon where she's going to be for at least like another week or two. Tammy ain't. Tammy heard hair extensions and she was like, oh, no. No, they ain't incorporating my mullet into this shit. So she said, nope. And I can't blame her. I can't blame her. I can't blame her. Cannot blame her. Um, it's okay to not entertain everything, you guys. Like, you know, and unfortunately, like, part of being, I don't even want to call myself a life creator because I don't do this full time. Like, this is just, it's supposed to be intended to be fun, or if you do awareness or whatever you do, right? But part of being that is understanding that not everybody's going to like you. Not everybody's going to like what you say. Not everybody's going to like what you do. And the confidence of even being able to hit the live button is having a solid understanding of that. I know damn well that there's a lot of people that don't like me. And they're allowed to not like me. I accept that. They're allowed to not see things from my perspective. They're allowed to... They're allowed. Right? It is not my job or responsibility, nor do I have time to try to combat every single person that publicly has an opinion about me or my life that they don't live or know anything about. You know? You have to be able to accept those things. Right? I'm balding. I accept it. I don't care. I don't care. It's not it's not relevant to my life. Okay? Being bald doesn't get to determine whether or not I get to go to the grocery store and make sure my family's fed. Like, do you think that the store clerk, when I go run my card for groceries, is like, oh my God, you're bald. You can't buy those oranges. Like, what are we talking about? I don't care. But that's where we draw the line. The sad part is that somebody does. Somebody does. Somebody that they're going to do this to does. And to somebody else, it could really like destroy, you know, if they struggle about it for whatever reason, or they're not as confident, or they're not as something, right? Something like that might be something to take somebody over an edge. You know, that's what's sad about it. That's what's sad about it. That's something that's fixable. And that's the thing. They make fun of me, but I'm not even interested in fixing it. Bitch, I don't care. I don't care. Not interested in fixing it. You think I'm gonna go to a store and buy some spray paint or some, what's those hair products that helps your hair? You think I'm gonna go try to buy all that and waste money on a bunch of shit to try to prove to some people that are more worried about whether or not I'm going bald than I am? I'm going bald on top, but I still get a bald fade. Like, listen, clean as fuck, boys. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. As long as I don't go completely bald on the sides, right? I'm okay. My girlfriend still loves me very much, right? I, but it's the people who have bald spots talking about my bald spots. Like that's the I don't know. You know, those are the things that happen that you just can't take it serious. You know. Now I have to go buy like some chia pets, right? I'm gonna have to get like a little chia pet up on my shelf here. I'm gonna have to take the little moon down right here. Get like a little chia pet guy going. Cha 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 chia. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Excuse me. Coffee is getting to me. Um, yeah, I don't know. I want the Bob Ross Chia Pet. Listen, I used to have the Bob Ross Chia Pet. But I'm gonna be honest, like bro should have stuck to just painting because the Chia Pet it was like a little bit creepy. I ain't even gonna lie. The Bob Ross Chia Pet was kind of creepy. Yeah. So yeah, just stick to painting the happy trees, bro. Just paint the happy trees. Here we have a happy tree. You know. I love me some Bob Ross though. I do love me some Bob Ross. We have a Willie Nelson Chia Pet. That's fantastic, actually. That's actually awesome. How many people that have watched this, like, just a hand in the chat, even as a viewer, somebody who doesn't get boxes, if this has all affected your mental health from watching as a viewer? Right. Whatever you've watched. I haven't watched everything in the past, well, since Sunday. If Sunday was the last day that I went live. But as a viewer, watching what's being done to people, raise your hand if it has affected your mental health. If you're afraid to raise your hand, like, don't worry about it. You don't have to. It's just in general. It doesn't affect me mentally, but I feel and get so mad for others being done shitty. So it does. I mean, heavenly, but it does affect you. If you're feeling those emotions and inside you're having reactions, even if it's being done to other people, then that means it's affecting you mentally, right? That's a fair statement. Anger and sadness and all this stuff, even if you feel it for other people because you're an empath, like that's affecting your mental. It's affecting your mental. It affects me too. It's been triggering at times. Yep. Don't be afraid to log off, you guys. Don't be afraid when it's going on to not watch. Don't ever be afraid to not, right? Even if the curiosity part of you is telling you like, ooh, this could be some tea, at the point where you start feeling emotions towards it, or guilt or shame or anything, get on the different side of the FYP if you don't want to get on off the app. Right? If you don't have a problem putting your phone down, just do that. Just do that. It's okay to do so. You protect yourself, right? Protect yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't ever sit in those lives and watch. I watch clips only. Yeah. See, and when it gets to these levels, like, I don't even do that unless it's something that I absolutely need, right? Unless it's something that I absolutely need for whatever reason, whether it be like an accusation or whatever, then it's still imagery is sent to me. I don't even, very, very few clips have I watched, right? And it has to be that way. It's the way it has to be. To handle it properly, that's the way it has to be, and so that's the way we keep it, and that's the way we handle it, right? Emotional and self-control, it's so important. It's really so important. Especially when innocent people start getting tossed around. It's so important because as creators, when we hit the live button, we have more than just ourselves to protect. Right? We have more than just ourselves to protect. And that's what the part about what Megan did that I wish she would understand. Because as much as you want that to be a clapback, what you didn't understand, and I feel like you didn't think about, was some of your own viewers, some of your own supporters that struggle with that shit. You know? Even if you remove the opinions from the other side, right? And you include the opinions from the people that sit with you every single day and double tap your screen and support you, how many of them that affected or triggered? You have to think beyond yourself at times. Am I guilty of not doing that? Like, yeah, of course. I'm human. We're all human, right? We all fuck up, make mistakes, and make bad choices. But for the most part, I think ahead, and you have to with certain things, you know. And I do. I think that for the sake of Megan's supporters and viewers in general, it was distasteful. It was very triggering, and that's not fair to them. That's not fair to them. We can't say the same for the side that's being hypocritical. You can't, right? You can't be compliant to it and then cry when it's it's happening to somebody else and you're compliant and you're happy and you're geeking and you're double tapping and you're gifting. You can't turn around and cry, right? When you want it to fit a narrative. That's not how it works, because it affects people in real life. It affects people in real life. It takes a lot of life every single day. I can promise that 98% of everybody that watches on this have lost somebody to that. Somebody. And that's sad. It's really sad and it's really unfortunate, which is why I say, like, if this is true and he really like decoded this, honestly, like, props to him for that, for decoding that. But I hope that, it's actually properly handled in full, and that people are held accountable, including the one who, or anyone who did purchasing, if it's true. Because it's sad and it's dangerous, for sure. Absolutely. And the accusations on my end will be handled as well. It will get dropped off. I will not answer any questions about that. I'm not going to be green screening any receipts about that. Because at that point, it's out of my hands and in the proper hands. And that's the best I can do. That is the best I can do. Is there a code book that interprets these codes? I'm not aware of the codes. Honestly, I don't know everything on that in full detail. From what I've been told, he's been live about it and it has explained it. I have not watched that. There was some explanation in my live today, but again, I'm not privy to codes. I would not think that there would be a book on code on how to purchase or compile that kind of thing on TikTok or any social media. I don't know. I would say no. But again, we sometimes when we think we've seen it all, some new shit pops up. So I don't know. I don't know if it's a code book that they wrote between themselves to know what was what. I don't know the details on that. I don't. I'm not interested in knowing the details on that, right? Because at the point where I'm being accused, I just take what I got and I give it to the authorities, and that's the best I can do. I'm not interested in asking questions, nor should I need to, because I'm not compliant in anything. So I'm not. So I don't know. Maybe he would be a better person to ask. I don't know. I don't know what details they have. I have no idea. And as far as I know, it was decoded from looking through text messages. I'm assuming. I don't know if that's the extent of it, but it sounds like it. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't been active for many days, so um I don't know if there's things that you can like go rewatch to figure it out. I don't know. That's not street names, so it has to be code through themselves. Yeah, see, and I don't know. I don't I've never touched that kind of shit. Um so I don't know. I don't know how that works. The sales, the purchasing, I have no idea. So I'm probably not the best person to ask those questions because I don't think I'd be answering them properly. Sometimes it's better we don't know. Yeah, facts. Yeah, I mean that's again that's another one of those topics like it doesn't interest me. I have no idea. I have no idea. That doesn't apply to my life, so I have no interest in even trying to figure out why. Um, right. I mean, this is TikTok. I'm not gonna sit on TikTok and try to decode this shit when I've literally been accused of being compliant. So that's where I draw the line. Give the shit to the people that need it. Call it a day. And that's what's gonna happen. Yep. The like the satire, the extra stuff too. Like again, I'm not them, so I can't speak for every single other person. But I feel like that's got to be just as mentally draining, right? As trying to like work overtime to protect your name. Like yeah, the accusations aren't fun, right? But at the end of the day, you have to learn that you don't owe everybody everything. Like you don't owe everybody on TikTok an explanation. And at the point where, in that case in particular, at the point where there's a history of creators calling places on you, I think that the best option would have been to take the clip and the accusations and get it to the appropriate parties to protect yourself and your real life. Getting on TikTok and bantering accusations like that is not going to solve anything. And as proven, it's only going to make it worse. And that is mentally draining for y'all. I can't say that it's mentally draining for me because I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. And I'm not gonna do that. Like, go live and be satire about people, like something a lot of people struggle with. Like, I don't know. But just like a lot of other things, like, it's just not in my moral compass. I'm not interested. I'm not interested. I'm busy. I'm busy, and I'm not gonna drain myself in my real life proving anything to TikTok. It's normal to not see me for days at a time. Sometimes it's normal to not see me for months at a time. Yeah, I've been known to go like, shit, I think the longest I ever went without going live was like maybe 5 months. So, yeah, you can add a bunch of them, honestly. I've been listening this whole time. I love all of you. I appreciate the open honesty in here. Yeah, facts. I mean, there's not really time to be anything other than that, right? Because at the point you match the energy that's going on over there, it's compliance. It's co-signing. It's being in agreement that is what is happening is right, and all of those things. And I just, yeah, I don't have time. I don't have time. I don't have time. Just don't have time. And also understanding, like, some viewers love this shit. Some people, like, they wake up and, like, they wait for it. They seek out, like, they get on the app and they seek out that type of vile, and they love it. They love to watch it. Like, I think in general, everybody kind of loves drama, especially if it's not, like, them, like, they're not involved kind of thing, right? They love it. And I push it open. You can do it. Push it open. Come on. Do it. Come on. It's so funny. Um, What do you want from me? I know. Okay, hold up, because I love me some Jerry Springer. Yeah. Sorry about the typing, y'all. Can we go back to the fun COVID TikTok? Yeah. I don't know. I wasn't really active during that time either. Like I said, I've always like gone through phases because I get busy. Like I get really busy, and I know like for me it's important that, especially when like work time gets busy, like I prioritize that. You know, I don't try to like cut myself short or cut my mental health short or try to just like be drained all the time trying to combat internet stuff. I don't know. I've always been that way. Yeah, so it's the silence isn't always a representation of like intimidation or being scared. Sometimes it's just people just genuinely like just aren't going to entertain it or are just genuinely busy, you know? And that's okay. I don't care. I don't care if people feel like it's one way or another, because like I said, I don't have anything to prove to any of these people. I have nothing to prove to any of these people at all. um I'm a hard worker. I love to sleep. I I don't know. It's just it's other priorities, you know. It's other priorities, and that's okay. I think I need a nap. What? You only love me when I go live. Who can I talk to about that? Do you have a manager, ma'am? Do you have a manager, ma'am? Not you still have your dad's Jerry Springer shirt. I love that for you. Naps are mandatory. Facts. Facts. Naps are very much mandatory. Is I could probably ask that on the back end. Um, I think what it means is I need another cup of coffee. Because I got way too much to do than to take it. Are we shocked? Are we shocked? Are we shocked? So think those receipts were shown over here. I think those were actually shown on Snarks, but I don't recall who they pertain to. Wasn't one of the receipts that we saw shown over there the description of the money sent was hair extensions? Am I remembering that correctly? That's a receipt that I never received. It was a receipt that was shown on live. It's a receipt that was shown on live. Because it was... Let me look at something, actually. Yeah, I actually do have a hard copy of that. I actually do have a hard copy of that receipt. It was shown on Snarks Live. It was the one where Sarah Farrah said that that's not me, but it was shown that it's her husband's initials. And I believe that this, if correct, this was either the money sent to Snark or to OG. I think it was Snark, though. And it says new Bilal hair extensions. I don't care who's talking about me. I'm not entertaining all of that extra shit. I don't care. I don't care who's streaming. I don't care who's talking about me. If it's doxing or accusations, I just need to know so I can hand it over to where I need to hand it over to. But this is definitely the transactions that was shown on Snarks Live. That shows the husband's initials, and the description is whatever Belal, Belal, hair extensions. But again, I don't remember if these are transactions from Farrah to Snark or if this is a receipt from Farrah to OG. I'm not really sure. But I actually am going to have to give this one... Let me save this. Because if that's apparently part of this lingo, right, since I'm being accused of being involved too, then this receipt is going to have to be printed and go to, because that has one of the lingo words in it. Receipt 1.
So I don't know, because I don't know how fucking Cash App works, but either OG sending to her or her sending to OG, that is absolutely to do with Snark, because that Bilal person is someone from like all the Gaza situation stuff with Snark.
Yeah, I can't remember from that day because there was so much going on. It is Snark showing it on the Resist page.
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly, Farrah was in the comments saying that's not even me, but it's the husband's initials, and she forgot to cross out like the last like 4 letters of the last name.
Yeah, that's already figured out that it was, yeah.
Yeah, so I think these are, if I'm correct, these are transactions from the husband's account to Snark. I could be wrong. I can't remember from that day, but either way, I'm gonna include this with those.
It has the code words, guys.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, and I have to include that because it does include a code word. I'm
Yeah,
supposed to know what these code words are. I don't fucking know.
yeah, no, I'm so confused with all that
But
too.
I I'm gonna print this as well and include it in that stuff to drop off, just to be safe.
Katie Ann, my question is, what did Huckleberry do to get blocked?
Isn't that her other account? Yeah, I don't want her in here. There's definitely blocked.
Oh yeah, it's
Um,
Snark, Heavenly said.
yeah,
So
no,
yeah.
there's absolutely not a single thing I need to have a conversation with her about. I don't even need to talk to her about this, because, like I said, with me being accused, it's being handed off. All this real life stuff, it's literally being handed off. So there's no discussion to be had, right? All of this is alleged anyway until it's investigated, and I'm sure it will be, right? If FM and all of them have contacted authorities and are having it taken care of, um, then it'll be investigated. If you are involved, hopefully you're held accountable, and if you're not, then it's all good.
And that's exactly what I said too, is, regardless of truth, fact, or fiction, whatever, if it's handled correctly with the proper authorities, then either people get their name cleared or they don't, and that's on them.
Yes.
Right, I'm gonna hop down.
Period. Yeah, I don't have a single thing to discuss with that lady, to be honest. And we can't do that. Well, if you're talking about her, she deserves to be in here and blah blah blah. No, they don't hold that same standard. So no, stay away from me. Right? Y'all co-signed things that went too far. So now stay far away from me. And all I can do is take what I have and give it to the appropriate parties. That's the best I can do. I'm not interested in. I'm not gonna sit here and green screen receipts of what I have. I'm not gonna have these weird off the wall conversations. I'm not gonna do any of that. Um, that's what happens when it ends up real life stuff. Okay. Can somebody add the keyword snark? Add the keyword snark and every single one of her pages so that it cannot be typed in my chat. And that's where we leave that. That's where that ends. Okay? Point blank. Period. I'll get off here soon so I can get all this shit printed. Like I said, I got things to do. And now I got an extra thing to do. I've got an extra thing I gotta do within the other stuff that I gotta go do and take care of. I need to get this stuff printed and added to this folder. If anyone makes a call to Flint or State, there's no call been made. Honestly, that's not for me to determine, right? I don't have time to sit around and decide if somebody said something or not, right? Because, like I said, at the point that I'm accused, if they haven't, there's about to be. Because you're not gonna sit online and accuse me of some crazy stuff. Accuse me of having this and seeing this and recording this and all this, right? So naturally, I'm going to take what I have and I'm going to go hand it to the proper authorities, who are very, very well aware of what's going on. So, and that's where it ends for me. I owe nobody from TikTok nothing. I don't owe TikTok a receipt. I don't owe TikTok an explanation. And I stand firm on, if this is true and not alleged, all parties should be held accountable, and that's just a fact. Everybody involved should be held accountable. But I didn't sit with these people then. Didn't sit with these people then. I didn't know. I mean, I know of HJ, but I didn't know HJ. And most of these people, I'm generally not from this side of the FYP. So trying to accuse me of things, people that I don't even know, in the first conversations I've ever had with them, in the DMs was like end of December, is diabolical. I've never purchased anything from that lady. I've never received goods from that lady because I don't really know that lady. I didn't know that lady long enough. And I don't partake in those type of activities to be involved in that in any way, shape, or form. So there's that. There's that. And I would hope that anybody else that's dry accused, just because they were shown receipts on fraud, take the same route. Take the same route. Hand it to the proper hands. Because that shit's nothing to play with. Receiving or sending using the mailing system is automatically federal. It's automatically federal. But it would make sense that it had a blanket thrown over it as if it was fraud. That makes sense, right? But you can't say that I was wrong about that, right? If we were both under the assumption that the accusation was fraud, because it would make the money make a lot of sense, right? Um, somebody said, did you mean rat themselves out, not eat themselves out? Criminals won't usually eat themselves out, so I highly doubt anyone was contacted. I mean, I don't know, right? I don't know. And like I said, that's not for me to dismantle. And to be transparent, regardless of what's going on, right? If he did dismantle this, and this is true, like, good for him. Like, by all means, I can not fuck with you and tell you you're right. I can fuck with you and tell you you're wrong. If he really did dismantle something like this, right? If he had the knowledge to know, like, code and whatever's actually going on with it, if he dismantled that, if it means saving a life or protecting somebody, like, by all means, I'm all for it. And if on my end, me submitting what I have as far as these shipping receipts or whatever, to the appropriate parties, if that helps, like, that, I'm all for it. I'm on board. That doesn't mean I have to talk to anybody to get that done. It means you took it real life. You're accusing me of something, and so I'll do my part on my end. And that's simple. That's an easy task, right? That's a super simple, easy task. And that's the best I can do. That's the best I can do. That's the best anybody can do with that type of thing, because that's a serious allegation. That's a very serious allegation, not only for the purchaser, but for the person, if it's true and it actually happened. Like, that's very serious. And using the mailing system, that's federal. Like, right off the top, it's federal. And if true, and if happened on multiple occasions, each occasion is a new charge. How do people, like, what, like, why is that even a thing? Like, to have the guts to trust that and full send some shit like that? That, like, I don't know. Oh, man. Oh, man. People sell car parts cheap and send stuff like that. Yeah, see, I don't even know. I don't want nothing to fucking do with that. I am no mechanic. I am no nail tech. I don't wear hair extensions. I don't nothing with my nails besides keep them short and clean. I don't. I don't know. I don't know. I do not know. But I hope it gets figured out. That I do know. Um. Woo-hoo-hoo. Wild and crazy. Wild and crazy and a bunch of extra. Mm-mm. What does that mean? You give playing Rocky theme song when you're trying to get jeans on. The struggle is weird, real. What does that even? What does that mean? Sometimes I do struggle to get my jeans on. Wait, are you telling me I should play the Rocky song when that happens? I'm confused. Should I do it in the bathroom mirror too? Like what? What? I'm confused. Was it like an attempt to body shame? I don't understand. I'm confused. Are we supposed to? Are we supposed to play the Rocky song when we get dressed? Bless you. uh, Lord. As a woman, I know we have all jumped to put our jeans on, no shame. I mean, in general, I wear painter's pants, so it's never really like been that. But sometimes, like when you do like long days, you have big jobs and long days, like leg cramps. Like sometimes, like I've laid on the floor to put my pants on before, cause just sore, just sore. Like don't be out here judging me because I eat a good lunch. Like oh, and snacks. Listen, I'm never gonna put down Little Debbie Christmas tree cakes. So that's never gonna be a thing. Uh, you can just judge me. It's fine. It's fine. I don't care. I don't care. Woo! Nutter Butters. Yeah, I've never really been like a super big fan of them. I have the jump in your pants dance down to a science. Listen, if you don't play the Rocky song when you're trying to put your pants on, they're gonna drag you on TikTok. So making cups just made me want to quit. Baby oil exploded. K Dot, you cannot put that shit in the chat because now who knows what they're gonna do with that. We can't do cups and baby oil comments in the same sentence. Uh, I don't. Okay, that was just me being paranoid. It's fine. Everything's fine. Turning into Rocky now, but won't that make me want to work out? Negative. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Does it mean I'm old if I wear nothing but elastic pants? I mean, listen, whatever makes you comfortable, right? If you want to do elastic pants just to prevent fake pages on TikTok from judging whether or not you play Britney Spears or Rocky Balboa, by all means, it's whatever is at your comfort level, right? But I think the main point is that how you put your pants on is none of my business. So I'm not here to judge you. If you decide to wear no pants, right? Like if you decide to wear no pants, do you play John Bon Jovi or do you play Keith Sweat? Which one, you know? I don't have time to worry about your playlist either. I don't have time to worry about your playlist either. But either way, at the end of every day, like it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. As long as walks to the left, you're all good. Yeah, I mean, as long as you get your pants on, right? As long as your pants are on when you walk out the door, you're winning, in my opinion. That's a total win. It's total win-win. Where's the fake account? Yeah, yeah. Did anybody send? I mean, I don't. At the end of the day, I don't care if they think it's me or not. At this point, it's a moot point. It doesn't really matter, right? They're just gonna say whatever they want to, anyway. Um, but I'm not that page. I'm not any fake page. If I have something to say, I'm always gonna address it. I don't need to hide behind anything. Um. I mean, Marie, you could. What are you doing? You, that's my box. That's my box. You could, but that like, it's it's frowned upon. You should definitely wear pants when you go outside. You should definitely wear pants. But I need to hop off here because now I got another task. I need to get this stuff printed. Um, I need to get this stuff printed and ready to go and make sure I have it all to drop off. And I have an appointment at 3. So I'm gonna hop off here. get this stuff around. Include that too. Ooh. Everybody have a blessed day. Don't let all this shit consume you. It's okay to log off. It's okay to not pay attention. I do it a lot. Even when you're a topic, it's okay, right? Their words are not your life in stone. Point blank, period. Let me reiterate for stuff on the back end because I know there's a lot of people that hit me up on Discord. Do not hit me up to chit chat about all the BS that's going on. I am not going to have small talk conversation with 60 people about what they got going on over there. I'm simply not. If you send me the doxing, the accusations, or anything like that, please understand it might mean that I'm not going to respond. I appreciate those things. I need them, but I am not going to respond to everybody. I'm not going to be facilitating conversations on the back end about all of this shit. I do not have time. I am not interested. It is being handled, which is why those receipts are so important. So please respect that right now. I need you to respect that. I'm not interested in small talk right now. Okay? Don't ask me questions about what's going on. If you don't know, I'd rather not repeat it. And I think it's safe to say, like, I don't even fully know everything that's going on over there lately. So, protect yourselves and your mental health. Log off if need be. And for creators, for people that have sat over there, right, and you think that the satire or combating or trying to combat the accusations, it's distasteful. It really is. Especially with such serious accusations. Especially if you have children in your home, your first priority should be protecting them, even if it means going down to local law enforcement and handing them the proof of what you're being accused of and showing that you don't know, right? Y'all are doing too much on this app. Protect yourselves and stop worrying about what everybody thinks. If it's not your truth, it shouldn't be a problem. And when you see the harmful stuff being done, I highly encourage everybody to mass report. That's what you do. That's what you can help do to combat what's going on is mass report. Send reports to TikTok Live, safety, all of those things. And with a combination of multiple people doing it, there will be results. I promise. I'm off here for now. Let me go take care of this stuff. At this point, if you guys have any questions about it, as far as TikTokers, you see what you see, right? As far as the parties involved and the parties accused, if you have questions, you contact your local PDs, and that's the best I can give you. That's the best I can give you. And that's honestly the best thing that you can do, right? Let them do their job. Let them investigate. Be patient. I love you all. Stay safe in these streets.